ang pagkakasabi niya, no? Willing na willing talaga akong mag-donate ng plasma para sa COVID na yan. Sabi ko nga, may 54 inch at 74 inch ako sa bahay, hindi naman ginagamit. Yun nga lang, wala nang remote. Yun ang sabi doon ni Dito Lapid.
Plasma TV yun.
Ah? Baka may kamag-anak si Dito Lapid dyan, ha? Sorry na lang, biro lang po ito. Tapos ikaw, ano, pagka umorder ka, Jonah, umorder ka na ba sa Grab? Hindi pa, no?
Di pa po.
Hindi pa. Oo, kung ka-order, baka magalit tatay mo. Kasi hindi mo alam ang mga Grab food driver, actually, hindi ko kasi problema sa hygiene yan. Ano ba yung hygiene? Siyempre, pagka food, di ba? Pagkain yan, di ba? Kaya dapat medyo watch out tayo. Kasi may nahuling isang Grab food delivery na picturean, no? Ito itsura. Yan, no? Pagka nagpag-Grab ka, hindi nagluto na lang kayo, no? Para hindi kayo
na lang yung na-order sa Grab.
Hindi, dapat talaga huwag kang mo-order kasi magagalit tatay mo dyan. Okay. Ngayon, sabi nga nila, no, sa sobrang improvement daw ng Pilipinas, ewan kung gaano katotoo yun. Hindi na ako naniniwala doon sa mga pinopost na na number of positive cases na yan. Kasi hindi naman talaga toro yung check-up na yung testing nila. So, hindi makatotohanan yung mga figure. Pero may nagsabi, lumit na nga daw ang crowd dahil doon sa matatakot siguro dahil malapit nang i-implement yung martial law like na procedure. So ito ngayon ang nakita nila na kasi nakinig na raw. Kaya yung mga crowd lumiit na. Yan, nakikita nyo naman, maliit na, di ba?
Puro unano na.
Puro unano na. Tapos yung...
Sir, wala si Dagul doon ah.
Wala. Hindi, meron ako para kay Dagul mamaya, papakit ko sa'yo. Marami ko dito. Hindi tayo nauubusan yan eh. So, ngayon, meron din may nagpanukala rin na pag ikaw may nakapending. Maraming ganyan di ba? Yung bigla nag-lockdown for interviews, trabaho. Ngayon, kadalasan doon sa job interview, yung mga tinatanong yan yung mga, alam mo yung mga taga-HR, ang tinatanong yan, yung mga hindi dapat tanongin na yung mga negative tungkol sa'yo. Tinatanong niya bakit ganito ka, bakit ka umalis, di ba? Mga ganyan na usual na tanong niyan bakit umalis ka doon sa kumpanya na yun, ganito, ganyan. Ngayon, yung interview daw after ECQ, pwedeng itanong sa'yo to nung HR. Meron ka raw gap sa resume mo. Ano ba ginawa mo nung 2020? Pwede mo raw ikatwiran na wala kang ginawa kundi maghugas ng kamay. Alright. So kung masyadong mainipin kayo sa pagsasaing, pwede niyong gawin to, no? Siyempre, pagka wala kang nang ginagawa for almost 1.5 months na, sobrang inip mo, pwede kang magsaing, ayusin mo yung kanin ng ganyan. Palagay ko naman maaalis talaga inip mo dyan. Paano naman kung halimbawa mag-outing ka na? Ewan ko kung aabot pa tayo doon kasi naririnig natin baka umabot pa nga ng July yan So pagka sinabi mong June, pasok ka na akto ng eskwela yun, tapos na summer, so maaaring hindi na uso yung outing. Pero kayo pa man, naglagay na rin ako ng dito, ng slide, no? Kung halimbawa sa first outing. Ano kaya itsura mo pagka ikaw nasa papunta na ng outing, no? Pwedeng ganyan, no? Ang mga kaibigan mo. Tanong nga pala ako, kung ang Volkswagen yung sinakyan, di ba? Ano ba si Doc Nunez? Ano pa ba? Wala na. Ano ba si Doc Nunez?
Laki
Doc Nunez. Alam mo ba, Doc Nunez, nung araw, ilang taon ka na, Doc Nunez? Huwag mo sabihin sa akin na bulong mo na lang kaya mamaya. Inabot mo na siguro yung Volkswagen Beetle. Beetle na Volkswagen. Ngayon, tumatakbo pa niyan, di ba? Sabi nga, hangang-hanga ako. Sabi nga nila nung araw, yung ninong ko, sabi niya, the ideal first car is actually yung Volkswagen Beetle. Kasi wala, ang galing nun eh. Di ba? Ano ba mga fantastic sa kotse na yun na Doc Nunez, di ba? Unang-una, maliit, di ba? Pangalawa, matipid daw sa gasolina kasi mga 1.2 liter lang ang makina yan eh. Pangatlo, may reserbang makina yan. Nasa likod, di ba? Alam naman natin yun. Alam niyo ba yun na nasa likod ng makina? May reserba sa likod yan, yung Volkswagen. So, kung di pa ninyo nalalaman yun, may commercial nung araw eh. Sabi nga nun eh, isang buong football team daw kakasa sa isang Volkswagen. Dahil lalaki ng mga katawan ng mga football players, di ba? Ngayon, ang tanong, paano pagkakasayan yung 71 persons sa loob ng Volkswagen Beetle? May nakakaalam ba ng sagot?
Meron.
Ano yan?
Tirahin sa likod.
Sinong, ano na?
69 sa likod.
Sino yan?
Raul.
Oo, yung galing ni Raul talaga. Pagka mga kalokohan talaga, kaklase ko to si Raul eh. Tama, dalawa sa harap, driver at pasahero, sa likod, 69. 71 nga naman. Okay. Teka, mamaya ako na ibabaon to. Pres, baka gusto mo na umpisahan o bibigyan ko muna isang video.
Video.
Okay. So, nakakita na ba kayo ng ano? Siyempre, problema natin ngayon pagka tapos ng COVID o ECQ, barbero, di ba? Ako, haba na nga ng buhok ko, hindi malaman pa paano ako papagupit eh. Walang bukas ng parlor o barberia.
Uso ngayon, Sek, misis ang nagawa.
Yun nga ang problema, huwag mong pagagawa. Dahil ganito pwede mangyari. Yun na ipapakita kong video. Huwag sa misis. Ganyan. Yan ang pwede mangyari. Press, ka na muna. Mamaya na ako.
Ilan na ba attendees natin? Pagpunta na site, mag-out ka na siguro.
Oo.
Unshare.
Yan. 47 ang attendees. Papa.
Na si Kuan nandiyan na si Sir Tony Morales eh.
Yan na ba?
Ay,
magandang hapon.
Hindi pa nagpapatina, hindi kagaya ni Stek, bagong tina, laging nakatina yung buhok.
Hindi pa nga natitinaan to. Lumilitaw
Buti
na
yung natural si Ronel.
Buti pa si Doc Nunez, wala problema sa pagupit tsaka pakulay eh.
Hello.
Wait wala akong video eh. Wait. Yan. Video na.
Okay.
Magalang yung likod ko, Sir Tony So, hindi natin malaman kung merong bago rito, sir. No, hindi natin kung naka-attend lahat sa part 1 ng technical seminar na to.
Yun ang ano. Tanong mo na lang sa sa attendees.
Meron bang hindi naka-attend dito sa part 1 itong NFPA 25? Pakitang thumbs up, please. May pwede ka mag-thumbs up dyan sa baba eh. Para ma-acknowledge ka kaagad. Wala, no? Kwenta na tayo, okay. So, ganun ulit, Sir Archie,
Yes, sir.
ibigay ulit natin kay John. May Kwan, Sir Archie, may kumukuha na sa'yo ng attendance?
Ako po,
Meron,
press.
sir.
Meron, sige.
Si Ma'am Jonah. Okay.
Sige, akala ko meron tayong
Ongoing po ako. Ongoing.
Sige, please. Hindi natin ma-check yun agad-agad kung present sila nakaraan, no?
Hindi po eh.
Okay.
Kasi more than 100 po yung nakaraan.
So may pumalit-palit.
May pumalit po.
Okay.
Sir, paano yung sa YouTube na no?
Doon pag nag-umpisa na doon. Kasi pag natin ilagay sa YouTube yung joke ni Aris, ni si Aris, may kuan yan eh, may property may kuan yan eh, intellectual property rights eh. Baka makopya eh. Pang 10 kopya niya yan kung sakali.
Wala pa si Art Merillo, wala pa.
Dito ako, sir.
Hindi na ba? Okay.
Ano si
Welcome.
Sir Art? Sir Art,
Yes, sir.
good afternoon. Sir Art Merillo, good afternoon.
Gandang hapon, press.
Yung tamang-tama. Meron kasi tayong mamayang topic, chapter 13 of 14 eh. This is about the obstruction investigation eh. So, alam ko, expertise mo yung microbiological investigation, di ba? MIC? Microbiological influence corrosion.
Press.
Yes.
Papaliwanag ko lang sa kanila, baka masyado lang malalim kasi yung microbiological influence na no?
Corrosion.
Oh, naging topic ni Sir Art yan sa NatCon, no? Pero baka kayong madula doon sa title. Hindi naman talaga ganun kakomplikado yun. Actually, yung title na yun, para isang topic lang yun tungkol sa kalawang.
Kasi
Kalawang lang yun.
puro pandemic tayo, tapos puro viral may
Microbiological,
oo, nag-uusapan natin.
Oo, ang lalim pag binasa mo, kala mo masalimuot yung topic eh.
Pero alam mo, that's actually requirement ng ng NFPA 13 eh, na yung MIC na yan, dun sa acceptance. Mababasa mo yan, Dion. Tingnan mo, Dion, ikaw chair sa sprinkler system eh. Sa general requirement ng NFPA 13, tingnan mo dyan, meron dyan sa acceptance requirement ng MIC na yan. Or microbiological influence corrosions. Kasi part ng NFPA 25 din yan eh. So, ilan na tayo? Kwanto eh. Yung kabuuang slide, mabot na 300 eh. Kaso lang, tinanggal ko yung nakaraan eh. Kaya nasa 100 plus lang yata to. Bagal. Okay. Nakalimutan ko na mute all eh. Sek, ma-mute mo ikaw no? Sarili mo? Yon, ma-mute mo sarili mo, Sek, no?
Naka-mute ako.
Kasi i-mute all ko. Pag magsasalita kayo, i-mute nyo na lang, no? Okay? So, let's start. Good afternoon, everyone. So, welcome once again dito sa ating People Baguio Chapter Online Technical Seminar Series, no? So, this is via Zoom. Nandiyan na yung password and ID sa inyo, meeting ID, no? Pasok na kayo eh. So, this is supposedly 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. but of course kailangan natin na makuha muna yung at least majority ng capacity nitong Zoom, no, para hindi naman tayo paulit-ulit. Last Sunday o Saturday, we discussed this part 1 ng NFPA 25-2020 editions. This is about the standard for inspection, testing and maintenance of water-based fire protection system. So again, this is only for water-based. So system like pre-actions, dry system, deluge water spray, deluge sprinkler system. Since this is equipped with the alarm and detection system, so part dito ng reference natin is NFPA 72 kasi hindi covered ng NFPA 25 yung mga electrical or electronic components ng fire protection system. So, ulitin ko lang yung introduction. No? So, again, hello, I'm Engineer Ronel Baez, no? And I'm the current president of PIPO, or the Philippine Integrated Fire Protection Organization. No? And I'm here to provide you a technical seminar or training.
Ay, ikaw na bimaliwat, madula ato bi mga picture to lang para magtayo yan.
Yun. Wait, mute ko ulit. Okay. No, again, I'm here to provide you a technical seminar. This is an online seminar via Zoom and via YouTube. Standard for inspection, testing, and maintenance of water-based fire protection system. So, again, that's my pictures. No need to introduce. Sa mga bago, no, sa mga bagong participants, meaning to say hindi naka-attend last Saturday, no. Ito yung introduction, no. So, i-konting slides lang naman to, uulitin ko lang para so that na malaman nyo bakit kailangan natin itong NFPA 25 kasi ito ay requirement na ng yung ating 2019 revised implementing rules and regulation of RA 9514 or the Fire Code of the Philippines. So, mayroon tayong appetizer about fire department connection. So, ito is the FDC, no, or the fire department connection. So sometimes yung iba call this as Siamese twin because depende kasi sa laki ng laki ng system, no, ng standpipe or sprinkler system or combined, no, doon magbe-base yung dami ng hose outlet or hose inlet. So when you say fire department connection, no, this is a connection through which the fire department can pump supplemental water into the sprinkler system, standpipe, or other water-based fire protection system, furnishing water for fire extinguishment to supplement the requirement of the existing water supplies for your sprinkler or standpipe. So ito yung standard installation on your right side. No? This is come from NFPA 13, the same figure na makikita nyo dun sa NFPA 24 and 14. Okay? So, fire department connection, the purpose of this again is to supplement only the water supply, but not necessarily provide the entire sprinkler demand. So the fire department are not intended to deliver a specific volume of water or the demand, no, the water demand for your sprinkler system. And it is required on all building except if the building is located remotely, no, na hindi naman kaya i-access ng fire department connection. And for a system like a deluge water spray or a deluge sprinkler system na napakalaki ng demand niya at hindi kaya ng capacity ng fire pump or ng fire truck, so hindi na siya requirement. And also hindi siya rin required doon a single story building not exceeding 185 square meters. And the valves allowed only dun sa between the heater, pipe heater, and the fire department connection are the listed check valve. Hindi ka pwede maglagay doon ng shut-off valve or control valve. So the location shall be at the nearest point of fire department apparatus accessibility or at the location approved by the Bureau of Fire. In our case, that is Bureau of Fire. Sila ang authority having jurisdiction, you know. And the installation height shall be 18 to 4 feet, 18 inches to 4 feet, or 0.57 mm to 1.2 meters. And the size shall be 3 inch, 4 inch. A pipe size should have a minimum of 4 inch for an engine connections. And for hydraulically calculated system, the pipe size shall be permitted to be less than 4 inch, but not less than the size of the largest riser. Okay. So the inlet, you have the single 2.5 inch outlet for 3 inch diameter heater or riser, and 2 2.5-inch outlet for riser larger than 3-inch. 3 inches. So this is the minimum size, quantity. So again, pinakita ko to nakaraan sa inyo itong picture ng fire department connection na in 5 years siguro baka nakalubog na ito, hindi na makita ito. You have that also fire department connection na nailagyan ng perimeter fence, no? You have this, may kanya, may takip siya ng octagonal box, no? This is an electrical box cover. So mahirapan tayo buksan yan, no? Then a fire department connection na very accessible because nasa tabi siya ng street o ng road but obstructed. And another fire department connection na natakpan siya ng roll-off door. So on the 2019 revised implementing rules and regulation of RA 9514. So again, this was published last September 16, 2019 on the newspaper, no, of a regular general circulations. Nag-umpisa to noong 1978, no, dati Philippine Presidential Decree number 1185, no. Then on 2008, andyan yung bagong fire code of the Philippines, no. Then last year nga na-revise itong RA 9514. So under section 10.2.6.7, this is about sprinklers and other fire extinguishing system. So sabi dyan that all automatic sprinkler and standpipe system required by RA 9514 and each IRR shall be inspected, tested, and maintained in accordance with NFPA 25, which is again the standard for inspection, testing, and maintenance of water-based fire suppression system. Pag sinabi nating water-based fire protection system, the medium to suppress the fire is water. And the records of conducted maintenance and testing should be maintained and submitted together with FSMR. So lahat ng activities nyo about the inspection, testing, and maintenance of your water-based, and including the waterless, yung mga discussion nyo in the meeting about your fire protection system, including passive fire protection system, kailangan nakatabi ang record na yan, no? Kasi isasubmit yan annually, no? Para prior to securing an FSIC doon sa Bureau of Fire. So kailangan mo yung FSIC sa renewal ng inyong business permit. And on the division 3, no, ito nga. So sabi dyan, letter B, all existing private and public buildings with or buildings, facilities, or structure covered by paragraph A sa taas thereof shall be required to submit a fire safety maintenance report annually to the city and municipal fire marshal having jurisdiction when securing the FSIC for business permit, certificate of annual inspection for PEZA registered enterprises, DOH license to operate in other permits and licenses where FSIC is a prerequisite. Okay? So kaya natin pinag-uusapan itong NFPA 25 kasi requirement ito, no? Once na lift na yung suspension ng implementation itong tatlong report, no, the FSCR, the FSCCR, and the FSMR, kailangan na natin yung mga inspection, testing, and maintenance report na yan. So this fire safety maintenance report, no. So the detailed report on conducting annual maintenance and all installed fire safety and fire protection system duly certified by building fire safety practitioners, fire safety officer, or a third-party consultant, specializing in the said installation, and the fire safety lecture drills and preparedness activity conducted within the year. So ito ang kasama dun sa iyong report. So the fire safety maintenance report shall contain, among others, the following. So the short description of the building or facilities or the area being protected, the statement of your testing and maintenance standard use. So say water-based, you have that NFPA 25. For the fire alarm, you have that NFPA 72. You have the NFPA 101 for the means of egress, another passive fire protection system, including the NFPA 5000, NFPA 10 for your portable fire extinguishers. You have this NFPA 12, NFPA 2001, NFPA 2020, NFPA 17A, NFPA 96 for a waterless fire suppression system. And NFPA 20 and sprinklers, NFPA 13. Including on your FSMR are the discussion of your fire protection and life safety issues. That includes the means of egress and exit, the other fire suppression system other than a sprinkler system, your FDAS and evacuation system, smoke control management, the emergency power supply, and other testing and maintenance record, including the test result of your elevator recall system. So, sino ang magsa-certified at magsasign nitong Fire Safety Maintenance Report? Sabi ng 2019 RIR, only fire safety practitioner issued with a certificate of competency or the COC shall be allowed to prepare, sign, and certify the FSCR, the FSCCR, and the FSMR. FSCR is the Fire Safety Compliance Report. FSCCR is the Fire Safety Compliance and Commissioning Report. And the FSMR, ito nga yung Fire Safety Maintenance Report. So the issuance of the COC shall be pursuant to the duly issued guidelines. Ito nang inaantay ng karamihan, itong duly issued guidelines. Wala pa hanggang sa ngayon dahil na-delay ito because of this pandemic, no? So kailangan meron kang COC and I don't know kung the same pa rin na bibigyan tayo ng COC plus may ID, itong ID card as fire safety practitioner. Malamang ganun pa rin yan. Okay? So again, the topic is about NFPA 25, 2020 editions, no? So the NFPA 25 is the baseline for inspection, testing, and maintenance, or the ITM of water-based fire protection system. Compliance of this NFPA 25 helps maximize system integrity to avoid failure and ensure fast, effective response in case of fire emergency. So hindi na natin i-discuss ito. We have discussed this. Okay, chapter 2. Chapter 3 is only definitions. Again, when you say inspection, this is only a visual examination of your fire protection system, a portion thereof, to verify that it appears to be in good operating condition and is free of physical damage. Okay. And we say testing, this is the procedures to determine the status of a system as is intended by conducting a periodic check of your fire protection system, such as functional tests, the alarm test, the trip test of the solenoid valves. So itong mga solenoid valves, ang mayroon nito, if you have a dilute water spray, a pre-action system, yan, may mga dilute valves yun. And also the water spray system and water mist system. So these tests follow up on the original acceptance tests at intervals specified in our appropriate coding standards. Okay. And maintenance, this is an activity performed to keep equipment operable or to make repairs. And you have this, dapat meron tayong inspection, test, and maintenance service program. So NFPA 5 is the ITM of the sprinkler system. This was discussed on the part 1. So hindi na natin to. And on the chapter 6, you have this NFPA 20 edition standard for ITM of standpipe and hoses. Ito, hindi natin to nakuha in the part 1. So let's discuss. Maiksi lang lang itong standpipe. Kasi kakaunti lang naman ang component ng standpipe, di ba? So when you say standpipe, kasi bakit kailangan natin malaman mo na itong standpipe? I'm sure most of you or baka lahat kayo nanood or umattend or nag-participate doon sa live FB online seminar ni IPP Paul, no, about the standpipe. So I'm sure maalam niyo na kung anong tong standpipe, no? So yun, kung when you say standpipe system, this is an arranging of piping with valves, hose connection, and allied equipment installed in a building or structures, with a hose connection located in such a manner that water can discharge in a streams or spray patterns through attached hose and nozzles. So for the purpose of extinguishment of fire, thereby protecting a building or structure and its content in addition to protecting the occupants. So this is accomplished by means of connection to water supply system or by means of pumps. In the case of wet standpipe, no, the tanks and other necessary to provide an adequate water supply to the hose connections. And when you say standpipe, so this is the vertical portion of the system piping that delivers the water supply to the hose connection. Lalo na very applicable applicable or nagagamit talaga to lalo na sa mga high-rise building. So the term standpipe can also refer to the portion of the system piping that delivers the water supply for two or more hose connection and sprinkler. Pwede rin siya maging combined to sprinkler system. So the minimum requirement of NFPA of Chapter 6, again, the ITM of standpipe and hose system. So may table yan. Lahat naman ng chapter dito sa NFPA 25. May table yan eh. Anong mga activities ginagawa, anong frequency, weekly, monthly, semi-annual, annually, or every 5 years, no? Meron pa nga dyan every 50 years, no? So may table siya. So nandun din ang reference standard or reference chapter or section ng NFPA 25. So the inspection, testing, and maintenance activities required by NFPA 25 Chapter 6 shall be followed to determine that the components are free of corrosions, external, internal of pipes, including the major components ng standpipe, foreign materials, physical damage, tampering, or other condition that adversely affect the system operations. Lalo na itong obstruction sa obstruction sa internal pipe, no? Okay, so this is a typical layout or diagram ng standpipe. Maybe this is a dry standpipe. So the minimum requirement, again, the common components involved shall be inspected, tested, and maintenance in accordance with Chapter 13. Ito yung nabago sa NFPA 25, no? Dati, bawat chapter 6 standpipe, fire pump, sprinkler, nandun na yung ITM ng mga component eh. Ngayon, yung mga common component tsaka valves ng bawat water-based fire suppression system is hiniwalay na ng chapter. So pabalik-balik lang to sa mga chapter, no, na dapat ang common component and valves shall be inspected, tested, and maintained in accordance with NFPA 13. So yan. Then sa 14 naman, ito yung procedure outline. No, in chapter 14, ito na yung sinasabi kong obstruction investigation, nasa chapter 14 na siya. And sa chapter 15 naman, nandun naman yung impairment procedures. No? So where does the ITM of standpipe and hose system result involves a system that is out of service, yun nga, impaired ka. The impairment procedure outlines in chapter 15 that shall be followed. Okay? And where approved by HG, existing hose shall be permitted to be removed and shall not be recorded as deficiency. So, and not necessary as long as approved nga, no, ng authority having jurisdiction, hindi naman kailangan na ang hose nandun na sa hose valve, no? Basta approved ng HG. So ito yung summary of standpipe and hose system inspection, testing, and maintenance program. So you like for the cabinet, you need to inspect annually. The hose shall be inspected annually, and halos lahat, no? So all inspection for standpipe is annually, no? And may reference tayo rito, no, na kung anong chapter ng NFPA 25. For the test, you test the control valves, go with NFPA, go with Chapter 13. Ito nga yung common components and valve. No? Mamaya, madadaanan natin yan. The flow test for standpipe shall be conducted every 5 years. Okay? Paano naman yung hose? Yung hose, kailangan natin tingnan, puntahan yung NFPA 1962, no? Yun. And the rest is NFPA 13. Okay? Why hiniwala ito? Itong Chapter 13. Kasi, mga component kasi na common sa lahat ng system, no? Like the valves, di ba? Common sa lahat yan. Lahat ng system ng water-based fire protection system may valves. Di ba? May pressure gauge. Yan. So, kaya hiniwalay na chapter para hindi pa ulit-ulit. So, pagdating dyan sa mga common components, pagdating doon sa ITM niya, punta ka kagad doon sa NFPA 25 Chapter 13. Inspection. So, kailangan yan mayroong hydraulic design information sign for standpipe systems. Parang dito sa Pilipinas wala akong nakita eh. Pero doon sa US, no, pumunta ako nakaraan sa San Francisco, nakalagay talaga doon. The demand for standpipe is 500 PSI at 1,500 GPM. Nilalagay nila 'yon doon sa fire department connections. No, kung ano ang demand in terms of Q or the flow and the head. So the hydraulic design information sign for standpipe system shall be inspected annually to verify that is provided, attached, securely, and legible. Dito, paano natin ma-inspection? Wala namang nakalagay ng mga hydraulic design information sign sa mga standpipe dito, no? So the design information, okay, should be secured with durable wire, chain, or equivalent to the water supply control valve for automatic and semi-automatic standpipe system and at an approved location for manual system. Ito yung sample na hydraulic design information signs, no? You need to write anong locations, locations of the two hydraulically most remote hose connection, ano ang design flow rate requirement, ano ang residual pressure. Okay? And also the design static pressure and the system demand. So the flow and the residual pressure dapat nakasulat diyan. Okay? And the hydraulic system information sign that is missing or illegible shall be replaced. No? So siguro dahil nakita na natin 'to, no, sa mga participants, sa susunod siguro pag nag-inspection kayo, then you will certify the and sign an FSMR. Hanapin niyo na itong hydraulic design information dun sa mga standpipe. Dapat ito nakalagay dun sa labas sa fire department connections. So that pagdating pa lang doon ng Bureau of Fire, ng fire truck, no, ng mga fire volunteer man yan o from Bureau of Fire, alam na nila, kaya ba ng pump natin to? Ang requirement dito is 500 GPM at 200 PSI, di ba? So the hydraulic design information that is missing or illegible shall be replaced, and a standpipe system that was not sized by hydraulic system shall have a hydraulic design information signs that reads pipe scheduled system. Hose connection. So paano mag-inspection ng hose connection? So this is the vertical pipe. This is the hose valve. So angle type siya, no? You have the cap in chain. You have this angle valve. And ito yung kanyang wheel. So the hose connection shall be inspected annually based doon sa table kanina, no? For the following conditions. So the valves, cap missing or damaged. So automatic na to, missing palagi to. No, yung cap, no? So the fire hose connection damage, the valve handle missing, this one, the valve handle, the cap gasket missing or deteriorated dito, may gasket dapat ng cap, no? The valve leaking, visible and physical obstruction to the hose connections. Marami yan, kahit nakalagay yan dun sa sa stair, no? Sa fire exit, dami pa rin nakatambak doon sa mga standpipe. The pressure restricting, if applicable, device is missing, and the manual or semi-automatic or dry standpipe valve does not operate smoothly. Pero itong dry standpipe, tinanggal na to sa 2019 Revised Implementing Rules and Regulations. And about thread damage. Siguruhin natin na hindi ito damage kasi pag damage yan, tapos kailangan gamitin, dumating si Bureau of Fire, dala niya yung kanyang fire hose, bagong fire hose niya, pero kung damage naman itong thread dito, hindi mo rin may papasok yung hose connection. So ang hose nito is pag standpipe, normally 2 1/2 inch diameter national hose thread, no? NHT. Kasi hindi pwedeng maiba yan, kasi pag iniba mo yung connection mo rito dito sa yung hose valve, then si Bureau of Fire dala-dala yung hose niya with standard hose thread connection, tapos iba sa iyo, hindi magkakaroon, hindi compatible. So where any deficiency is noted, the appropriate correction action shall be taken. Okay? So sulat mo kagad doon sa report mo. Oh, ito damage, kailangan palitan. And it is a responsibility of the owner, no, para ayusin yan. Okay? Sa mga pipes. Okay, ito, the vertical pipes. So piping shall be inspected again annually for the following conditions. Sorry. Okay. One is damaged piping, corroded, tinamaan, physical damage. Second is the damaged control valve, missing or damaged pipe supports, missing or damaged hanger and bracing. D is the damage if equipped with supervisory signal. Check if the supervisory signal initiating device are damaged. And again, where any deficiency is noted, the appropriate correction action shall be taken. For the hose, so hose shall be inspected annually for the following condition as required by NFPA 1962. So mildew, cuts, abrasion, and deteriorations, coupling hose thread damage, gasket missing or deteriorated, incompatible thread on coupling, and the hose not connected to hose rack nipple or valve, hose test outdated. Again, where any deficiency is noted, the appropriate correction shall be taken. So yung hose, importante. Kasi minsan hindi na-inspect, no? May mga butas na pala yun or hiwa. Dito palagi ang normally ang damage niya, no? Dahil minsan natutupi ng dikit. Kaya dito kadalasan ang nagiging source ng damage na, no? So coupling mo, ito ba connected dito, no? Mamaya hindi siya naka-connect, wala na palang gasket, so kailangan mo gamitin, i-connect mo, pero damage yung gasket o wala talagang gasket, lalabas lang yung tubig dito, no? Magli-leak lang yan dyan. And also hindi nga naka-connect kasi hindi compatible ang thread niya. Ito naka-hose thread, tapos ito naka-pipe thread, NPT, tsaka NHT, hindi papasok yon, hindi magiging compatible yon. And of course, dapat kompleto, okay? Angle hose valve, andyan yung lock nipple, andyan yung hose rack, yung hose, kung class 3 yan, yung 2.5 inch valve mo, okay din, okay yung handle, andyan yung cap and chain, cap and chain niya, and walang leak. Okay? Hose nozzle, ito, hose nozzle. So the hose nozzle shall be inspected annually din for the following conditions. Baka missing na, nawawala na yung hose, no? So gasket missing or deteriorated, then obstruction, and does not operate smoothly. Now, baka mamaya, naka-fully close ito, close. Ayan, naka-close yan. Kasi that is an adjustable nozzle, no? From solid to fag nozzle. Adjustable siya. So mamaya, pwede mo kasi i-close ito, no? Fully close. Mamaya, kailangan mo siya i-operate, nagkaroon may sunog, tapos sinubukan mo paikutin, buksan, hindi mo na kaya paikutin, no? So, kailangan na physical kwan yan, exercise, no? Physical exercise yan, pinapaikot, no? Annually, kasi yun ang schedule ng inspection yan or testing is annually. Again, same, where any deficiency is noted, the appropriate correction action shall be taken. Next on the standpipe is testing. Okay? So where the damage is a possibility, an air leak test shall be conducted on the system at a pressure of 25 psi prior to introducing water to the system. So kailangan mo na mag-pressure test. Ang problema, there's a possibility na magkakaroon ng water damage kasi nga, lalo na kung medyo matagal na yung standpipe mo, pag pinasukan mo agad ng tubig yan, hindi mo na matitrace yan physically kung may leak, no, na hindi visible sa not evident by inspection, hindi siya nakikita sa inspection yung mga butas or loose na pag pinasukan mo ng tubig, may mga pinhole na pala or untight na pwede siya bumitaw na may possibility na magkaroon ng water damage. So pwede mo siya initially gamitan ng air hangin at 25 psi. Okay? Kasi ang requirement naman sa water-based fire protection system na hydro test is 200 psi or 50 plus the maximum expected pressure dun sa pipes, no? Okay? So that is 200 psi, say 200 psi. So pwede ba tayo, dahil ayaw mo magkaroon ng damage, water damage, no? Pwede ba tayo mag-test na lang ng hangin up to 200 psi kung yun ang requirement sa hydro test? Kung gagawin mo yun, wala namang problema, pero hindi yan substitute doon sa hydro test. Kailangan pa rin siya i-hydro test ng 200 psi or the 50 plus the pressure. Okay? Flow test. Itong flow test na to, kailangan alam mo ano ang mga classification of standpipes. Okay, di ba? May class 1, 2, 3 yan. Class 1, 2, 3. Excuse. Okay, so a flow test shall be conducted every 5 years on standpipe system. On standpipe system and hose system, on all automatic standpipes to verify that the required flow and pressure are available at the hydraulically most remote hose valve outlet. Okay? While flowing the standpipe system demand. So where the flow test of the hydraulically most remote outlet is not practical, the EHJ shall be consulted for the appropriate location for the test. So tanongin mo si EHJ, o saan tayo magte-test kasi hindi pwede doon sa sa most remote location ng hose outlet, no? So the pressure gauges maintained in accordance with 8.33352 shall be prevailed for the test. Itong chapter 8 point something, ito ay yung sa fire pump, no? So because kung say kung you're testing a standpipe na wet na with pumps, so pag nag-test ka rito, check mo rin yung pressure gauge doon sa suction and discharge ng pump. So, again, kasi may flow requirement ang bawat classification ng standpipe. So, I'm sure ito, alam niyo na to, i-refresh lang natin, no? Ano ang tatlong classification ng standpipe? You have the class 1, di ba? Class 1, class 2, class 3. Okay? So when you say class 1, this is a system that provides a 2.5 hose connection to water supply for use by fire department. And we say class 2, the same with class 1 except the valve is 1 in 1/2 only. And when you say class 3, this is a combination of 2.5 and 1 in 1/2 and 2.5 hose connection. Okay? So balik tayo doon sa flow requirement, sa flow test. So for class 1 and 3, standpipe system demand shall include 500 gallons per minute for the most remote pipes and 250 GPM for each additional standpipe until the total system demand is simultaneously flowing. Kasi mayroong mga high-rise building na ang standpipe requirement ay umaabot ng 1,250 GPM. No? Kadalasan dyan, 750 GPM. So, again, yung testing mo, dapat for class 1 na 2.5 or class 3 na combination ng 2.5 and 1 in 1/2 standpipe system shall include 500 GPM. No? Doon sa pinaka-remote standpipe, or hose connection plus and 250 GPM for each additional standpipe. Okay? Until the system demand is simultaneously flowing. For class 2, the 250 GPM required for each class 1 and class 3 standpipe shall allowed to be followed from the most convenient hose valve on that standpipe. So you have the 50 GPM dun sa most remote area. Say 500 GPM on the remotest area. Itong additional na 250, pwede mo na kunin sa nearest, sa gitna, no, or doon pa rin sa remote. That's okay lang yon. Okay? And where 250 GPM cannot be flowed from each additional class 1 and class 3 standpipe, the authority having jurisdiction shall determine where the additional flow can be taken. Okay? Baka sabihin nila, sige, doon na lang sa pump natin kunin yung iba. Ask the authority having jurisdiction or consult the authority having jurisdiction. For class 2 standpipe, system demand shall include 100 GPM for the most remote standpipe connection. So ito na yung 1 in 1/2 diameter na standpipe. So your requirement is only 100 GPM. Okay? So the standpipe system demand shall be based on the design criteria in effect at the time of the installation. Okay? So anong requirement ng the time of installation? Paano natin malalaman yan? Saan natin makikita? Siguro doon sa FSCCR report. So where the standpipe system demand cannot be determined as the authority having jurisdiction na naman. So the authority having jurisdiction shall determine the standpipe system demand. And the actual test method and performance criteria shall be discussed in advance with the authority having jurisdiction. Standpipe, sprinkler connection, or standpipe or hose station equipped with pressure reducing valve or pressure regulating valve shall have tested, inspected, and maintained in accordance with Chapter 13. Again, this is the common component and valves chapter. So a main drain test shall perform on all standpipe system with automatic water supplies in accordance with Chapter 13. And the test shall perform at low point drain. So dun sa pinakamaba mong kukunin ang test or main drain test connection where the supply main enters the building were provided or when provided. and the pressure gauges shall maintain in accordance with NFPA, with Chapter 13, no? Hydrostatic test ng standpipe. So again, kagaya na sinabi ko kanina, hydrostatic test of not less than 200 bar or 200 psi or 13 point bar pressure for 2 hours. So almost same with the hydrostatic test requirement ng other water-based fire protection system like sprinkler system, or at 50 psi in excess to the maximum pressure. Okay? So ano ang maximum pressure? So kung say wet to or combination of sprinkler and combination of sprinkler and what you call this and standpipe, ang maximum pressure dito is the churn pressure ng fire pump plus the minimum static pressure at the suction side of the pump. Okay? So where the maximum pressure is in excess to 150 psi, okay, shall be conducted every 5 years on manual standpipe system and semi-automatic dry standpipe, including piping and fire department connections. So yung hydrostatic test shall be conducted every 5 years on manual standpipe system and semi-automatic dry standpipe system. Kasama doon yung hanggang doon sa connection ng fire department connection. For the manual wet standpipe, that part of combined sprinkler and standpipe system shall not be required to be tested in accordance with sa taas na to. Okay? And the hydrostatic test shall be required at the low elevation point of the individual system or zone being tested. So the standpipe piping shall show no leaks, no? So wala pag nag-hydrotest ka, wala siyang allowable leakage. Hindi kagaya ng ng clean agent, no? Let's say an HFC 227EA, no? Ito yung FM200, no? Kung titingnan mo yung NFPA 2001, no? Ang hydrostatic test nito or the pneumatic test mababa lang. Then may allowable leakage pa yon. Dito sa sprinkler or water base, wala siyang allowable leakage dun sa hydrostatic test. So for the maintenance of standpipe, so maintenance and repair shall be in accordance with table kanina, no? Yung table 6.16.1.2. And the equipment that does not pass the inspection and or testing requirement shall be repaired and tested again, or a possible replacement na yan. Okay, so this is the last part of the chapter 6, no, of NFPA 25, no, for the standpipe and hose system. It's the component action requirement. Okay, so whenever component in a standpipe or hose system are adjusted, repaired, or reconditioned or replaced, the action required in table 6.1.5 shall be performed. Sa last part nito, nandun yung table. So where the original installation, again, reconditioned valves and other parts ng fire protection system, no, is allowed by NFPA naman, no, as replacement parts. Hindi lang siya pwede doon sa bagong installation, except for sprinkler heads. Ang sprinkler heads, once tinanggal mo yan, sa original fittings niya, lalo na kung ginalaw mo, recondition mo, hindi na talaga kailangan i-reinstall. Okay? Where the original installation standard is different from the cited standard, the use of appropriate installing standard shall be permitted. And this action shall not require in a design review, no, which outside the scope of this standard. Ito yung pinag-uusapan namin kagabi sa Laguna chapter, na pag sinabing ITM, wala ka na doon, hindi mo na kailangan i-review yung design, no? Because you assume na okay na ito, na pumasa na ito sa FSCR, sa FSCCR, and of course, accepted na ng authority having jurisdiction. Okay? So ito, pag sinabi mong FSMR report or maintenance report, moron ko lang to ITM. If kailangan i-upgrade, if kailangan i-replace yung mga parts, o kailangan na may konting kailangan ayusin or modification, kailangan mo i-report mo written doon sa owner. Okay, so ito yung table, no? 651. So, okay, alos lahat pwede mong i-adjust, i-repair, or i-replace. Depende ito sa requirement ng Chapter 13. Ang hindi lang pwede i-repair is the gauges. Okay? Hindi mo naman talaga ma-repair yung pressure gauge, di ba? So, pwede mo dyan adjust or replace. Adjust dahil dun sa may problema dun sa calibration niya. Say may 3% or less than 3% na siyang difference dun sa calibrated gauge, kailangan mo siya i-adjust. But hindi siya pwede i-repair. Kung hindi na mo na kaya adjust, di i-replace na. Okay, so ano pa? Okay, lahat na halos lahat ng component, kung kailangan i-adjust, i-adjust, i-repair, or i-replace. Okay? Itong mga hanger nito, mga support nito, hydraulic signs, itong mga requirement ng cabinet, nandiyan yan makikita sa NFPA 14. Okay? NFPA 14 is standard for standpipe and hoses. Okay, so that's all for the chapter 6. So we will now proceed to chapter 7, which is the private fire servicemen. Okay. So, what is a private fire serviceman? Ano ang sinasabi na private fire servicemen? For NFPA 24, a private fire servicemen are pipes and its appurtenances from the water source dito up to the base of your sprinkler system. Okay, that is a private fire serviceman. Pangalawa, it is the pipes and its appurtenances from, again, the water base up to the base of your fire hydrant. Ito. And also, the pipes and its appurtenances from the water source up to the base of your water monitor. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Including the suction and discharge line ng fire pump. Kasama yan sa private fire service main. Makikita lang kayo doon sa plunge, sa discharge and suction plunge ng fire pump. So that is the complete private fire service main. Simula talaga sa water source hanggang sa mga base ng yung sprinkler system, ng yung water spray system, ng yung monitor and hydrant. Okay? So, chapter 7, this chapter shall provide the minimum requirement. Okay, again, pag sinabi mong standard, that is only a minimum requirement for the routine inspection, testing, and maintenance of the private fire servicemen in their appurtenances. So again, same with other tables, same with other system, same with other chapter rather, same with other system, no? There's laging may table yan. So for the private fire servicemen, there's a table 7.1.1.2, no? Used to determine the minimum required frequency for the inspection, testing, and maintenance of private fire servicemen. Again, the common components shall be inspected, tested, and maintained in accordance with NFPA 13. Ito yung mga common component, the gauge and the valve. The obstruction, chapter 14, and for the impairment, it's chapter 15. Pag sinabi mong impairment, this is the shutdown of the whole or part of your fire protection system. The hoses shall be maintained in accordance with NFPA 1962. Okay. So ito na yung table no na 7.1.1.2. So dito ang pinakamabilis only is quarterly. Quarterly inspection ng mga host houses. No? Ito yung mga host house na nakikita mo doon sa hydrant system, doon sa yard, no? Yung mga host houses doon. Katabi normally ito ng mga fire hydrant. Okay? So inspection of hydrant is annual, strainer is annual, pagkasunod ng quarterly, yung semi-annual na mga monitor nozzles kung may monitor ka. Ano yung monitor? Ito yung monitor. Oh. Yan. Yan yung monitor. The valves, of course, this is a common component, kaya dapat refer to NFPA, refer to chapter 13. Including itong mga valve na to, backflow preventer, the check valve, the control valve, and the power valve, then the FDC is in chapter 13. Another continuous doon sa table, no? So you have the hydrant, test the hydrant, the monitors annually. Okay? You have this pipe, exposed and underground flow test. Flow test. So ito yung parang flashing, no? Every 5 years. Okay? So ibig sabihin, yung flashing mo ng fire hydrant, underground fire hydrant, underground pipes shall be conducted every 5 years. For the maintenance, except covered by chapter 13, so the hydrant shall be maintained annually. Okay? The main strainer, pag medyo humina na yung flow, baka yung main strainer mo, barado na. So dito sinasabi annually. Pero kung say laging barado, laging may bara ang main strainer mo, siyempre iigsi na naman yung kwan mo, yung frequency mo. Baka kailangan every 6 months. Lalo na kung hindi maganda yung water source mo, no, yung pinagkukunan mo ng tubig, no, marumi, nakalaging barado yung strainer mo, iigsian mo na yung inyong frequency. So for the inspection and correction of private fire service mains, so on general requirement, the private fire service main and their appurtenances shall be inspected at the interval specified in the table kanina, no? So all procedures shall be carried out in accordance with manufacturer's instruction. Lalo na yung mga specialty parts, no? For the private fire service main, say your fire hydrant, either wet barrel yan o dry barrel yan, check with the manufacturer's instruction, no? Doon sa manual niya. Ano ang mga required inspection na ginagawa or corrective, no? The exposed piping shall be inspected annually. Okay? And piping shall be inspected the following condition. May leak ba? Ito, dahil exposed, malalaman natin talaga may leak kasi kitang-kita pag may leak ang pipes, di ba? If exposed, may physical damage, may external corrosion, and may restraint methods. Na? Or mayroon siya bang mga external load doon sa resting doon sa mga pipes. So where any deficiency is noted, appropriate correction shall be taken. So the piping installed in areas that are accessible for safety consideration due to process operation shall be inspected during shutdown. Okay? So yung mga pipes na medyo alanganin ang safety ng mga technician or ng service personnel, huwag natin pipilit. Antayin na lang natin mag-shutdown. Schedule natin the same as shutdown schedule. Anyway, yung requirement naman yun is annually. Okay? And I'm sure boss company or a plant nagsa-shutdown naman yan yearly, no? Like New Year or Holy Week. So for the underground pipes, no, that cannot be inspected on a routine basis. However, the flow testing can reveal the condition of underground piping and should be conducted in accordance with 7.3 mamaya, no? So the main strainer shall be inspected and cleaned after each flow, no, after each system flow exceeding nominal of 2-inch orifice, so the main strainer shall be removed, inspected annually for plugging, fouling, and damage and corroded parts, no? For the fire hydrant, dito tinanggal ko na yung dry barrel hydrant, no? Kasi hindi naman yan applicable sa Pilipinas yung dry barrel, no? So, ang sinama lang natin dito is the wet barrel hydrant. For the wet barrel hydrant, this shall be inspected annually and after each operation for the following conditions. Number 1, baka mamaya obstructed na yon yung location niya, no? Obstructed na. Ibig sabihin dati okay, ngayon ginawa ng car park yung katabi na yung mga sasakyan doon is obstruction na doon sa fire hydrant. The leaks in the outlet or top of the hydrant, the crack in the barrel, in hydrant barrel, the tightness of outlet caps, the worn of outlet threads, baka sira-sira rin mga thread, the worn of nut, operating nut, the availability of wrench, no? So itong wrench normally sa hydrant may kasama niyang hose house adjacent to the hydrant. So check mo na andun pa ba yung mga wrenches, no? May corrosions wherein detrimental to the hydrant integrity or where any deficiency is noted, the appropriate corrective action shall be taken. Now, for the monitor nozzles, shall be inspected semi-annual as written kanina doon sa table 7.1.1.2. Now, for the following conditions, itong check mo sa mga monitor nozzles, leakage, damage, and corrosion. Okay? The same with other component or any deficiency is noted, an appropriate corrected action shall be taken. Hose houses. Again, this is normally located adjacent to the fire hydrant. The hose houses shall be inspected quarterly. So meron kang quarter schedule dito. Accessibility. Again, dati accessible siya, pero ngayon hindi na dahil may tinayong structure doon or nag-change ng dating open area, ginawang parking, magtayo siya ng structure doon, no? So either tanggalin mo yung nakaharang or ilipat mo yung hose house. Are the hose house free of physical damage? So ito lagi nakikita kong problema sa mga hose house, no? Kasi outdoor installation eh. Yung physical damage, nababangga siya or corrosion na because direct sunlight to eh. Laging exposed sa weather eh, no? And check if kumpleto pa rin siya sa mga missing equipment. Kumpleto sa missing. If may mga missing equipment, no? Doon sa NFPA 24, may sinasabi doon, ano dapat na mga equipment ang laman ng hose house? Like dapat meron kang dalawang hose na 2.5, meron kang nozzles, meron kang reducer, meron kang spare na gasket. So mga iba sinasama nila yung mga axe, flashlight, no? Tsaka yung iba mga tools. Okay, so where any deficiency is noted on the hose house, the appropriate correction action shall be taken. Underground pipes. Underground and exposed piping flow test. Di ba? Anong interval natin? 5 years. So underground exposed piping shall be flow tested every 5 years. This one is new dahil may triangle eh. For full flow test of underground piping can be accomplished by method including but not limited to flow through yard hydrants, hydrant, fire department connection once the check valve has been removed. Okay. The main drain connection and the hose connection to the flow test should be conducted in accordance with NFPA 291. Okay. And any flow test result that indicate deterioration of available water flow and pressure shall be investigated. So dati okay. After 5 years ng test ka, bakit umina na? Dati sa original testing mo nakukuha yung 1,000 GPM na maximum flow. Bakit ngayon 750 GPM na lang? No, baka tingnan mo, kailangan mong i-investigate mamaya yung pitot tube mo ang hindi calibrated, no? Or nag-test ka pero may mga valves na partially closed or obstructed na yung internal portion ng yung mga piping system. So where underground piping supplies individual sprinkler, standpipe, water spray, or foam water sprinkler system, and there are no means to conduct flow test generating the maximum available flow shall be permitted. Okay, so the maximum available flow, but of course, kaya yung maximum demand, no? are permitted din naman. Hydrant. So hydrant shall be tested annually to ensure property functioning. So each hydrant shall be fully opened and the water flow until all foreign material has cleared. So doon sa NFPA 24, may requirement ng velocity like 3 meters per second or 10 feet per second na flow para sigurado na tanggal lahat ng mga foreign materials doon sa loob ng mga pipes. So the flow shall be maintained not less than 1 minute. And after the operation, your dry barrel and the wall hydrant shall be observed for proper drainage from the barrel. So the full discharge, the flow drainage shall take no longer than 60 minutes. And where the soil condition or other factors are such that the hydrant barrel does not drain within 60 minutes, or where the underground water level is above or of the hydrant drain shall be plugged and the water in the wet barrel and the barrel shall be pumped in out. Okay. Nozzles or monitor nozzles. Ito yung, again, ito yung tinatawag na monitor. Each monitor dapat may shut-off valve. Sa dulo yan may nozzles. So ang nozzle na yan, may iba-ibang specification yan. May sizes from 1.5 to 1.5, 3 inch, 4 inch. May iba-ibang gallonage flow requirement din yan, di ba? From say 150, 250, 500. Yung iba diyan umabot ng 1,000 GPM ang isang nozzles. Mayroon din yang multiple gallonage. Ibig sabihin pwede mo ma-adjust yung gallonage ng nozzles. So the monitor nozzles that are mounted on hydrants shall be tested in accordance with 732. Okay, sa taas 732. The all monitors shall be oscillated and move throughout the full range annually to ensure the proper operability. Oscillated, meaning to say kasi no, ang monitor kasi pwede mo yan paikutin. Okay? Horizontal and vertical. Ang sinasabi rito, dapat i-test mo yan, yung oscillating niya, yung pag-iikot niya na gumagalaw talaga siya. Mamaya, dati na-design niya na 180 degree na ikot niya, tapos ngayon, halos na 90 degree na lang, no? Mixi na yung coverage niya. Or dati, 30 degree pataas and 30 degree pababa. No? Baka mamaya, hindi na naabot nun. So, iti-test mo yung pag-ikot niyan, yung oscillated and movement niya. Okay? So all equipment shall be maintained in a proper condition consistent with the manufacturer's recommendations. So the hydrant shall be lubricated annually to ensure that all stems, caps, plugs, thread are in proper operating conditions. And the hydrant shall be kept free of, wala naman tayo snow, wala rin tayong ice. Dito na tayo sa other materials protected against mechanical damage so that free access is ensured. The monitor nozzle shall be lubricated annually to ensure the proper operating conditions. Nasa table. Okay, if nag-adjust ka, nag-repair o nag-recondition o nagpalit ka, the action required in table 7.5.1 shall be performed. This table, ito yun, yan. So dito, pwede, for the water flow component or water delivery component, halos lahat, no, pwede mo i-adjust, pwedeng repair or replace. Except, again, for the gauges na hindi mo siya pwedeng i-adjust sa Chapter 7 at hindi mo siya pwedeng i-repair, kundi i-recondition lang yan. And you need to verify if the zero bar or zero PSI system and system working pressure. So for the hose house, Hindi mo rin pwede, for the cost, hindi mo rin pwede adjust. Either recondition mo siya or i-repair. I-repair or recondition if allowed ng 1962, NFPA 1962. No? Kung allowed siya ng 1962, NFPA 1962 na i-recondition or repair, magagawa mo yan. Okay? So the rest is pwede siyang i-repair, i-adjust, or i-replace. And the standard for private fire servicemen is the NFPA 24. So mas maganda nito, bago ka conduct nitong mga inspection, you have this NFPA 25, Chapter 7, which is the standard for ITM ng private fire servicemen. Dapat nabasa mo na rin yung requirement ng NFPA 24. Okay, so that is all for Chapter 7. The next is Chapter 8, fire pump. Na-discuss na natin ito last Saturday. So skip natin Chapter 8. Now we have this Chapter 9. So the Chapter 9 is for water storage tank for fire protections. Sekaris? Sek Arman? Wait, naka-mode na.
Yes, press. Press, naka-mute ka.
Sek, take over lang 2 to 3 minutes, si Arlang, please.
Oh, sige.
Thank you. May papakita ka ba?
Yung ba, ano, yung intro?
Ikaw, kung may papakita ka, nag-unshare na ako.
Ha?
Nag-unshare na ako.
Sige, sige.
Pwede ka na mag-share. Thank you.
Okay, so we have 65 online. Wala alam yung ano. And then sa chat. Kung may mga question kayo, pwede nyo lang isulat doon sa chat group. Pwede natin mamaya take up yan after nung session kay Prestronel. Naka-out. Okay.
Sir Mark Mendoza, good afternoon.
Mark Mendoza. Mark Mendoza. Asa si Mark? Okay.
Hindi sir, binati ko lang po.
Pero Mark Mendoza, ano yun? Mark William Mendoza. Baka kasi may kilala rin ako Mark Mendoza eh.
Mark Carol Mendoza po.
Okay. O pala yun. So
Sa
meron na
pumps
ba,
po.
lahat ba meron nabigyan na ng actually pinagbilin sa akin ni Pres Ronel to eh. Yung introduction na module ng na typically sino-conduct namin yan sa first meeting pa lang ng chapter. So lahat kaya nabigyan na noon. I think yung BAGUIO yata na-conduct na ni Art Carillo. Any other chapters na hindi pa nakakita noon yung introduction to people? O iraran ko na ngayon, President. Pres.
Okay, go ahead.
Sige, hanapin ko lang. Okay, habang nagbe-break si Pres Ronel, run ko muna sa inyo to. Ilang pages lang naman to eh. For the benefit of the chapters na hindi pa nalibigyan ng konting orientation sa organization natin, the Philippine Integrated Fire Protection Organization was actually formed noong latter part ng 2018. No? To be exact, mga nasa November yan eh. So we've been around for almost 3 years na. And no, if I remember it right, 2017 pala, no? Yung formality was 2018. So our head office basically is as per our SEC o yung SEC registration natin. Nakaregister tayo sa Block 17, Lot 17, Selena Homes 2, Barangay 168, Deparo Road, Caloocan City. As you can see, may SEC registration number na tayo. And also, we have a tax identification number. So, legitimate po tayo. No? Wala tayong dito. Walang illegal. No? In fact, yung office natin, which is basically located doon sa, actually, office ni Pres Ronel to. No? So, he was gracious enough to offer the location para doon sa initial na address natin. But then again, sinasabi nga namin nung previous meetings namin, nabanggit ko tuloy siguro, baka kinakailangan mag-hold ng official na office address kasi yung proximity as well as yung accessibility, titingnan namin dyan. It might happen within the year. Hopefully, pag natapos na itong na to, we can talk about that again, no? Yung ating COVID crisis. Anyway, ang vision ng ating people for the benefits of those who joined, no? Na-emphasize ko kasi yung for the benefit of those who joined. May mga pagkakataon kasi na sumali tayo sa isang organization kasi kinumbida tayo ng mga kumpara natin, kaibigan natin, kamag-anak, without knowing kung ano talaga yung para saan yun, ano? So, our vision is basically simple, to be the Philippine leader in engineering a fire-safe world. As the word implies, fire protection ng ating proper life and property safety ang pinag-uusapan natin dito. Okay, so yung mission natin, 4, no? Hindi pa namin binabago to so far. So number 1, to define, develop, and advance the use of engineering best practices. So kaya tayo nagkakaroon ng mga palitan ng idea sa ating mga chat group. And basically, kaya nga namin sinabi na siguro kailangan later on, we might be doing some administration doon sa chat group na yan. Kailangan meron tayong somebody in charge per chat group para mag-focus lang talaga tayo doon sa ating objective na fire protection, no? Fire safety. So, kung meron tayong mga kasama dun sa chat group na meron talaga nagpa-practice na, siyempre, hindi naman natin pwede sawayin yung mga members na gustong mag-member simply because they are interested dun sa, sa practice, no? Kahit na hindi siya practitioner, gusto niya maging practitioner in the future or baka may na-encounter siyang ganun sa trabaho niya, very much welcome po kayo doon sa chat group, no? Pangalawa, to expand the scientific and technical knowledge. Pagka may exchanges of ideas, magkakaroon ka ng additional technical knowledge. In fact, itong ginagawa natin seminar na to, lahat naman kayong mga nakikinig doon sa seminar, you can voice out your own experience eh. Hindi naman namin sinabing mga eksperto kami, gaya ni Pres Ronel. Siyempre, open din si Pres Ronel sa mga bagong ideas na probably na-encounter nyo na. So, hindi naman namin kayo sasawayin doon kung meron kayong mga inputs. Pangatlo, to conduct research and development sa fire-related sciences. Medyo malalim na discussion namin dito, no? We already talked about putting up a facility in the future ng testing, no? Testing ng mga fire protection auxiliaries, accessories. For example, yung mga sprinkler system natin. Wala naman kasing nagwa-validate niyan sa Pilipinas eh. Pati yung mga fire extinguisher. So, in the near future, baka kumuha kami ng pwesto, parang laboratory siya, testing laboratory ng mga ibinebenta sa market ng mga fire protection devices. Kasi may mga naririnig kami sa current ngayon, may mga nakakakabit ng mga mga fire extinguishers na basically yun eh, modularized na fire extinguisher na pag sinalpak mo, sabi pagka nainitan eh buga ka agad yung parang sabihin niya sophistication is not really as per our expectation. So minsan ginagawa namin diyan, binabase namin talaga sa NFPA requirements para masabi namin na hindi siya adaptable sa ganong klaseng application. So yun, meron tayong advancement pagdating sa tsaka naka-hook up kami palagi sa sa may mga membro tayo na member na rin ng NFPA. In fact, yung ating regional director diyan sa regional chairman diyan sa North Luzon, si Director Art Merillo, siya yung isa dun sa mga tatlo sa buong Pilipinas na certified ng NFPA as fire safety specialist. Incidentally, meron kami ino-offer ng mga seminars tungkol doon. In fact, naputo lang. Actually, naka-isang module na kami. Aside from the introduction, we already conducted one earlier this year, no? Na pending lang dahil nga doon sa COVID crisis. Pero we're planning to have a 12-session orientation para doon sa gustong kumuha ng fire protection specialist sa NFPA, no? So ang lecturer ninyo basically is either si Art Merillo o probably may mga makumbida ka pa kami na talagang dalubhasa na dyan. So kung kayo yung mga edad ninyo medyo nakakalanan yung talagang gusto nyo maging dalubhasa sa fire protection, matutulungan namin kayo dyan through that seminar. Ngayon, kami ni Doc Nunez, si Doktor, talagang doktor na yan eh. So, hindi na siguro hangarin na magkaroon ng NFPA, CF Fire Protection Specialist. Although, pwede pa naman, no? Hindi ko lang alam kung ilan na edad ni Dr. Nunez. Kasi ako, wala nang masyadong wala nang fire para ron. So, siguro yung mga 40, 30 mahigit yan, tama-tama yan. Kasi you will have the opportunity to practice that sa ibang lugar. Tsaka you will be a prime candidate sa mga American companies kasi siyempre mga American companies ang ino-observe niya NFPA standards. Pangapat, educate the community in order to reduce business losses and possible loss of life due to fire. Anyway, kami naman na nasa PIPO National, hindi naman kami nag-aambisyon na kami na lang lahat ang gagawa ng mga seminar. So, we are also encouraging chapters to conduct their own seminar na sila na mismo kaya magkakaroon kami later on siguro ng training the trainers, no? Para yung mga bihasa na rin na as fire protection, fire safety practitioner doon sa sa isang chapter, they can conduct their own seminar. Noteworthy dito yung Cavite chapter, ewan ko kung nandiyan pa si President Gideon Zonyo. Pres Dion, nandiyan ka ba?
Yes, sir.
Oo, yan. Si Pres Dion, napakasipag talagang presidente niyan. Actually, sa ating Constitution and Bylaws, pwede kang umabot na hanggang 2 taon as president. So, marami pang gagawin yan si Pres Dion. No? By the way, hindi ka pwede ma-re-elect, Pres Dion. Alam mo naman yung CBL natin.
Okay lang, sir.
So, hindi ka na pwede second term eh. Magiging magiging advisor ka na pag Pero actually, very noteworthy talaga yung programa ng Cavite. So, hopefully, yung mga ibang chapters can parallel what they're trying to do. Kasi kami, taga-guide lang sa inyo, no? Particularly yung sa Cavite. Now, yung objectives natin, actually, 4 din. Advance the art and science of fire protection engineering at allied fields. Allied fields, meaning kaya tayo nag-umbida ng mga ibang profession. For example, arkitekto, ECE, electrical engineer, mechanical engineer. Because we believe na na concerted effort yan pagdating sa pagsa-setup ng isang fire safe world, no? To talk about that, yung ating nakaraang seminar, yun ang kinanda ko tungkol doon sa sa basics ng fire science. Nabanggit ko yung participation in terms of graph, no? Makikita natin doon sa graph na yun. If you remember, kung may naka-attend, si Dr. Nias nandun yun eh. So, yung ating graph na yun, ang pinapakita lang doon is about 60% ng concern ng isang fire protection system is actually para sa arkitekto. Kasi passive fire protection yun. And some of you might have attended yung seminar ni Architect Roland Arimado 2 days ago. He talked about lengthily about passive fire protection. Tapos pangalawa, to maintain a high ethical standard among its members. So yung mga ethics natin, no, siyempre ayaw namin nung may mga admitted din, may mga members kami na hindi na kinonsider dahil nga we would like to maintain yung healthy relationship among other disciplines, no. Primarily one of the reason bakit ni-include namin ng architect kasi nasabi ko 60% noon. Saka there are instances na kinakailangan on the same page tayo pagka ginagawa yung isang facility. Because let's face it, siyempre ang architect will always be favoring yung aesthetic side ng paggawa ng isang facility. Tayo naman siyempre fire protection. With due respect do sa architect, si Architect Senti ba yan? Si Architect Senti is online. Siyempre, ang tinitinda rin natin yan yung effectivity ng ating sprinkler system, for example. Siyempre, ang mga architect, ayaw nila nakikita na nakalitaw yung sa station, part of the aesthetics. No? So, ang concern naman natin na kinakailangan, i-comply natin yung requirements ng spacing. So, doon tayo nagkakaroon ngayon ng dapat na pagkakasundo pagdating dito sa PIPO. Pangatlo, foster fire protection engineering education. Long term, basically, that was way back in 2018 pa. Lumabas yung balita na yung ating fire protection, namimiligro dahil kukunin ng sanitary engineers, no? Basically, sanitary environmental engineers na sila ngayon, SEEP. So, pinotektahan natin yan, dinifer natin yung yung pagkakataon na maagaw sa atin yun. And because of that, we would like to make our presence felt. And one of those is actually ang long-term na plano namin is to include. Kasi admittedly, yung mechanical engineering, wala naman subject ng fire protection yan Unless na meron kayo sasabihin na alam din yung may subject tayo nung college ng fire protection. I don't think so. Am I right? Wala siguro. Di ba? Yung mga nagtuturo dyan. Doc Nunez, nagtuturo ka ba? Doc? Hindi ako
Masteral,
Doc.
sa Masteral.
Ha?
Sa Masteral.
Masteral, oo. Masteral si Doc.
Nagtuturo sa Masteral.
Anong klase kayang masteral?
Yung pinag-usapan
Hindi, tanong ko, hindi joke to hindi joke engineering, masteral na science and engineering ba o masteral ng MBA? Marami kasing masteral eh.
sa engineering po sir, sa mechanical. Basta yung
Mechanical.
pag-usapan nyo lang, hindi na pag-usapan sa bachelor.
Okay.
O yung halimbawa,
So
isa sa
madalit
inyo
sabi,
rito, parang ganun na, wala ka nang magawa eh. Wala ka
madalit
nang magawa, doon na sa undergrad eh.
madalit sabi, Dr. Nies, di ba, aware ka naman siguro doon sa nasa academe ka. Alam mo naman siguro yung nangyayari sa ating mga subject, di ba? So,
Opo.
yun sana isa pang concern natin na sana mapangalagaan natin yan. Sana dapat sa atin yan. Hindi pwede mapunta sa ibang profession yung practice ng Fire Pro.
Problema po sir sa edukasyon po natin ngayon, yung gap talaga, yung knowledge gap.
Yes.
Yung tinuturo ng mga professor, ako yan, admittedly, lahat siguro mag-agree na yung tinuturo natin napapanis na eh. Di ba? Wala nang gamit yung mathematics. Bakit ka mag-advance math? Di ba nag-start tayo from mula sa baba, start tayo sa basic math hanggang pataas na calculus na hanggang nag-advance math. Tapos pagdating mo sa dulo, mag-Excel ka pa lang pala. MS Excel pala yung kailangan mo. Bakit ka mag-aaral ng ang dami mong pinagdaanan ng mathematics doon? Nako-computerize, nakaka-program na lahat. Kaya nga sabi nila, nabubobo na yung ano natin eh. Bakit hindi tayo gumawa ng system na yung pinaka-the best na mga mathematics na Excel, gawin natin yan doon i-apply natin dyan sa Fire Pro, sa machine design, o yung mga software na agad. Kasi ang layo sir ng tinuturo, susolve ka. Bakit ano isusolve mo? Di ba nag-engineer natin, pinasosolve natin ng ganyan. Buti kung yung dinidiscuss mo, mga maintenance systems, yung mga multiple choices ng maintenance, maganda yan, yung mga elements. Di ba? Pero pagdating sa calculation, di ba? So dapat computer programs na yung ginagamit natin, MS Excel, practice tayo. Tapos isosolve natin yung mga hydraulic calculation. Yun yung mga magaganda po, sir. Hindi yung discuss natin ng, di ba? Kaya nga napapanis na po yung pinagtuturo natin. Anong alam natin pagdating sa sa applications doon ng power plant. Kasi hindi na-expose yung mga teacher. Dapat yung tinuturo natin dito, doon po sir eh. Parang kung anong nangyayari sa industry, yun na yung tinuturo ko. Konti sir na mga schools yung nag-adapt. Kaya yun yung dilemma natin. Kaya nakakatuwa itong PIPO. Kasi hindi mo ito makukuha sa kahit saan. Matindi to. Kaya ako attend sir eh, para ma-inform ako.
Yes. Correct ka doon, Doc, kasi actually nagturo rin ako sa college eh, kaya nalaman ko yan tama yun, outmoded na yung iba. Iba nga, hindi mo magagamit yan pagka gumraduate ka na eh. So, ewan ko kung na-encounter ninyo yung OBTL, yung another type of learning na sa halip na puro mga calculation mga prototype ang ginagawa. So, yun ang uso ngayon sa mga kolehiyo eh. So, tama yung sinabi mo na may mga portion na dapat yung advanced mathematics na yan, dapat hindi na kasi ang makikinabang lang yan, mga scientists, hindi naman tayo mga scientista ba tayo? Hindi naman tayo scientista eh. Artista siguro, pero scientista, hindi.
Halimbawa sir, gagamit tayo yung mga programs na talaga na i-embed na sa computer systems ng school. Lahat, pinapractice na natin, lahat, machine design programs, fire protection program. Doon tayo magpa-practice. Yung estudyante, tumitira na kaagad, ganun. Yun yung pinakamaganda, sir, na mangyayari sa education system. So, yung power plant, yung ginaganon mo na kaagad.
Doc, ano daw tinitira?
Hindi, sir. Ganun talaga yung problema sa Pilipinas. Kaya, itong tinuturo ng Presronel, timely po ito yung kaya 'di ba hindi ako ma-absent kasi nakikinig ako ito talaga yung kailangan natin sa kaya na-appreciate ko to yung mga seminar na to, hindi to natuturo basta-basta. Sino magtuturo? Wala. So dapat Siguro, ewan ko, irepaso talaga yung ano natin, yung education na curricula na
Dapat.
sana mag-ano tayo, 'di ba? Ganito.
Okay, Sek.
Sige.
Pang-apat. Okay na, Preso, tapusin ko na to.
Tapusin mo yung presentation mo.
Sige. So, pang-apat, to promote fire safety awareness through prevention, protection, and education. Tatlo na rin yun, nabanggit natin yung first three. So, yun lang naman ang isa sa mga objectives ng PIPO. Yung ating organization na naumpisahan nga yan, nabanggit ko nung unang-unang meeting namin September 2, 2017. No? Ang charter president nun, basically si Engineer Paul Roque. So, original organization name, tawag SFPE Philippines. So, hindi tayo pinahintulutan yata ng SFPE na gamitin yung salita na yung ating acronym na yan. So, nung tayo gumawa ng certification sa SEC, pinalitan natin yan. Sa picture, makikita nyo dyan si General Dan Cabrera sa kanan, then Alex Listana, and then Arch Cornelio, and then our National President sa PSME, si Jeffrey Singson, and then yung ating dating presidente si Paul Roque. Of course, yung current president natin, mahilig sa mga pastel colors na t-shirt, si Ronel Baez. Kita niyo naman ang t-shirt niya, nangungusap na orange. Kung minsan, dilaw na dilaw yan. Pangalmunod sa akin, sumunod sa kanya, siyempre ako yun. Medyo mataba pa ako niyan, medyo pumayat na ako ngayon dahil sa quarantine natin. And then, of course, yung isa sa mga huling-uli, yung isa sa mga fire safety specialist, fire protection specialist ng NFPA, si Engineer Rudy Gaspillo. Highlights, no? Meron tayong kick-off meeting na ginawa September 2017, noong September 2. Ang ating naging headquarters basically initially, yung Earth Club sa Corinthian Plaza in Paseo de Rojas, Legazpi Village, Makati. So yan ang mga umaten, nabanggit ko na yung mga pangalan. And then, meron tayong mga membership grade, no? Yung mga miyembro ninyo, may mga categorization yan. Meron tayong fellow, yun ang pinakamataas, of course, no? As per other organization, kagaya ng PSME. Professional member. Yung professional member, basically, yung tayo, no? Then, corporate member is actually yung mga kumpanya, organization na nagmembro sa PIPO. Associate member, basically, yung mga medyo lower than the engineers and architects na nagpa-practice, yung mga practitioner. And then, an honorary member. So, yung second board meeting namin, hindi naman ang pinagtagal, no? After 20 days, we had another one. And then, napag-usapan yung Constitution and Bylaws. Maraming chapter ang humingi nito, siguro paplansyahin natin ang gusto. Pagka lahat ng chapter na charter by the end of the quarantine period, distribute na namin yung mga kopya niya ng CBL kasi importante yan. Additional members included, of course, ang nabanggit ko kanina, si Engineer Art Merillo, yung regional chairman sa Northern Luzon. He is actually one of the three nga nabanggit ko na fire safety, fire protection specialist ng NFPA. And then yung masipag na treasurer natin, si Engineer Thomas. Hindi lang masyado nakaka-attend ng meeting kasi busy. And then Engineer Alfred Tabaco, yung ating namamahala ng mga membership, no? So ito yung ating finalization. Sinilmanan namin yung CBL. Also at the Earth Club. Then SEC registration. We had that third meeting noong November 17 para sa presentation ng banner at yung registration ng SEC. So, people launches 2018 with an initial seminar offering last week, November 2017. So, yung first topic namin, very first topic namin, automatic fire sprinkler system design for buildings. Ginawa namin yan sa TIP compound, no? That was in 2017, attended by considerable number of persons interested. Nung umpisa, wala kaming pera talaga, so hindi na makapag-abono. So, our VP for internal this year na si Arch Cornelio was generous enough para magpadala ng seed money para doon sa funding ng inyong seminar na unang-una. So, plan to interface with UAP and BAP ay diniscuss din doon sa third meeting. So, meron na kaming kinumbid ang mga arkitekto noon tsaka ibang profession. And in fact, pinag-usapan na yung hookup sa BFP. So, yan po ang aming SEC meeting that was in 2017. And then, yung kick-off seminar namin, ginawa namin sa TIP Quezon City, February 24, 2018. I was still teaching sa TIP Quezon City noon, kaya medyo naging magaang talaga yung aming pag-execute doon. Bukod kasi sa seed money kami, libre yung venue. Siyempre, tuturo ako sa eskwelahan. Malakas ako doon sa Dean of Engineering Architecture. So we were able to get the seminar room. 300 seat capacity yun. Was held for 2 Saturdays, no? February 24, 2018, at March 3, 2018. Seminar was a success, no? May mga 10 personnel kami mga sa BFP, headed by our engineer Ariel Miranda, na very active ngayon, no? Sa ating mga meetings at seminars. There was about 150 attendees, no? Kalahati lang na-occupy ng 300 eh. Pero halo-halo yan, mga fire protection aficionados from present, discussing experiences, regulations, etc. 2 Sabado ho yun. Probably we might be doing a bigger one. In fact, part of our program is on 2021, magra-run na kami ng convention, ng PIPO convention. No? Hindi pa namin ma-effect yung date, pero initially pinag-usapan namin during the Fire Prevention Month, but that will be discussed. So yan po ang mga pictures, no? Mga board meeting, and then our first GMM was held in Dilexio, also in 2018. Ngayon, nagbigay ko kami ng seminar din sa mga taga-BFP sa Calamba. As you can see from the pictures dyan sa kanan, sa taas. Enhancement Seminar on Fire Safety Inspection. Mga inspector po ng BFP ang aming seminar dito. Ang kasama po ni Press Renel dito, that was ano pa si Press Renel, Vice President for Technical. Ako, tsaka si Engineer Kabakoy, no? Ano yun, whole day seminar yun. So, tuwan-tuwa yung mga taga-BFP ng Region 4, no? Sa Calamba. Then, nagkonda kami ng case study in August 17 last year. Okay? So, naging well-attended din po ito. Pinandak namin to sa I think sa sa Taguig, no? Marami rin pong umattend. And then our first general membership meeting was held in November 24, 2018. Ang team namin ay cultivating stewardship and adherence on fire protection standards. So, nalampasan po namin yung expectation dito kasi we were very, very careful about securing the venue. Yung venue po kasi 180 ang capacity, stretchable sa 200. Pero dumating po mga 230 plus. So, punong-puno kami noon, jump pa kami. No? Yung mga topics kami discuss noon, electrical safety by Bernard Rabias. Then, BPT Ronel, that time was discussed about fire protection for special hazard applications. Architect Roland, no? Passive fire protection. Of course, siyang passive fire protection chairman natin sa PIPO. Pressful Roque, update ng RA 9514. BOD member, si Art Merillo, discussing microbiological influence of corrosion in fire protection. Nabanggit ko kanina yung tungkol sa Kalawang, no? Then Major Gary Lunas was gracious enough to talk about means of egress also on that general membership. The membership interaction was held after the presentations, then open forum ng GNM. Ito yung aming mga pictures. Makikita nyo, siksikan talaga. And then, may mga 2019 activities kami, no? Ang very recent din namin, yung binigay naming libreng seminar, no, sa Taguig. dinumog din yun. Mahigit kulang-kulang 300 yata dumating doon. So, yan po ang ating yan, yung seminar na yan that was held in January 12 this year. Tuloy-tuloy na sana kami, kaya lang talagang napahinto tayo nitong COVID pero dami ko namin plano. So that free seminar was well attended, no? Very successful siya. Kasi maraming gustong makaalam nung RIRR ng 9514, 8 to 5 ho yan. So maraming umattend talaga. Ito po yung mga speaker natin, si General Dan Cabrera, na nag-discuss nung RIRR. And then our BPI, Nerds Cornelia, talked about how becoming a certified fire safety practitioner. Ito po yung program. Yan lang po. Ibabalik ko na po kayo kay Pres Ronel para sa pagpapatuloy ng seminar. Pres.
Yes, sir. Okay, so let's continue. Okay, see, we already completed now from chapter 1 to chapter 8. Kanina, we have chapter 6, which is the standpipe and hose system. Chapter 7, we have this private fire service main. Chapter 8 is about fire pump. So again, na-discuss na yan last Saturday no, dun sa part 1. So the next is this chapter 9. Chapter 9 is about a water storage tank for fire protection. So ang reference nito on the design, installation, the capacity, no, the type of water storage tank ay NFPA 22. Okay? So mas maganda, mabasa rin natin itong NFPA 22. This is the standard for water storage tank for fire protections. And doon sa chapter 25, on the ITM, water storage tank ay nasa chapter 9. Daming NFPA tsaka chapter, no? So ano ang minimum requirement on the ITM of water storage tank for fire protection based on NFPA 25? So the chapter 9 provide the minimum requirement for the routine inspection, testing, and maintenance of water storage tank dedicated for fire protection use. Diba? Yung calculated demand na base doon sa iyong hydraulic calculation plus the other factors, no? So shall be used for fire protection only. So dedicated lang siya. So there's already again a table from 9.1.1.2 which shall be used to determine the minimum required frequency for the inspection, testing, and maintenance of water storage tank for fire protection. So again, the common components in the above shall be in accordance with chapter 13. The obstruction and investigation shall be in accordance with chapter 14, and the impairment shall be in accordance with chapter 15. Chapter 9 na tayo, medyo malapit na tayo dito sa tatlong chapter na to. So ito yung table 9.1.1.2. Okay? So ang pinaka mabilis or frequently activity is the quarterly inspection of your catwalks and ladders and the foundation. The heating system is not required dito sa atin, no? Kasi wala naman tayong freezing temp dito, no? We have also a quarterly inspection on the support structure and of the tank, no? We have another quarterly inspection of the bend and the water level. But kung ang water level mo is not supervised, no, kailangan mo i-inspect yan monthly, di ba? Sabi dito quarterly kung supervise yung water level level indication mo, di ba? Pero kung hindi, you need to inspect that monthly. For the testing, you have this 5 years annually. The water level signal on the high and low shall be tested annually. For the maintenance, so based on chapter 13, ito yung mga common component niya. The valves, the gauges. Okay? So, inspection of water level device. Okay? So this is the typical atmospheric cylindrical above ground water storage tank. Okay? Dito meron siyang level indicator. Okay? Pag ganyang type, hindi siya supervised by NFPA 72. So ito, ang requirement for inspection dito is monthly. Okay? So the water level in tanks equipped with supervised water level alarms that are supervised in accordance with NFPA 72 shall be inspected quarterly. But if the water level tank is not equipped with supervised water level alarm connected to constantly attended location shall be inspected monthly. And this is new. Pag may end, this is a revision of NFPA 2020. No? So new yan, new material. So the inspection of water level shall be verified through the level indicator where provided. And the tank shall be at full or at the designated water level. NFPA 22 no, requires that your water storage tank for pipe protection shall be 3/4 full at all times. Okay? Ngayon, pag nag-inspection ka nito, di ba? Lalo na yung ganitong style, minsan baliktad yan eh. So kaya nakalagay dito yung kung anong level niya, kung ilang metro na, di ba? Ang full niya nasa baba. Okay? Bakit nasa baba ang full? Kasi may float valve siya eh. So habang tumataas, may float, not valve, may float. So habang tumataas yung level ng tubig, umaangat itong float, bumababa itong water level indicator niya. Kaya ang full niya nasa baba. Okay? Baka mamaya, bigla ka ng inspection. Oy, nasa baba ang indication niya. Oops! Report. The water storage tank are emptied. Oh, pala, sablay tayo dyan. Okay. Ano itong water level indicator? So by definition, a water level indicator is a system that relays information back to the control panel if supervised to indicate whether a body of a water has high or low level. So some water level indicators use a combination to probe sensor or float switch to sense the water level, or send signal to the make-up pump or the valve to open para ma-replenish ang kulang na tubig. So the purpose of level indicator is to gauge and manage the water levels in the tank. So the control panel can also be programmed to automatically turn on the water pump once the level gets too low and refill the water back to the adequate level, which is 3/4 full. Minimum. Okay? Inspection of the exterior part of water storage tank. So the exterior of the tank, sa labas, supporting structures, bent foundations, and catwalks or ladders were provided shall be inspected quarterly for sign of abuse, damage, or weakening. No? Hindi ka na nag-inspection ng ladder mo dyan, no? Tapos nung time na nag-inspection ka, umakyat ka, weak na pala, bigla ka nalaglag, no? Or natanggal yung ladder niya. The area surrounding the tank and supporting structure were provided shall be inspected quarterly. So may dalawang quarterly schedule ka na kagad dito ha. So to meet the following condition. One, that is free of combustible storage, trash, debris, brush, or material that could present a fire exposure to hazard. And the area is free of accumulation of material on or near plant parts that could result in accelerated corrosion or rot. And the tanks and support are free of ice buildup. And the exterior side of the tank Sides and top of the embankment supporting coated fabric tanks are free of erosions. Then, on the exterior paint, coated or insulated surfaces of the tank and support structures were provided shall be inspected annually for signs of degradations. Okay? So ito puro mga visual examination or inspection. Kailangan alam mo ano ibig sabihin ng may corrosion or heavily corroded na kailangan na bigyan ng importansya, no? Mamaya konting corrosion lang gusto mo tanggalin ang laman ng impaired na kagad, tanggalin ang laman para ma-repair yung corrosions, no? So, inspection frequency. Paano naman ang interior? So ito, nagpakita rito na this is an interior part of water storage tank. So the interior of steel tank without corrosion protection shall be inspected every 3 years. Kung hindi siya protected against corrosions, the interior of the tank mo shall be inspected every 3 years. So ibig sabihin, i-drain mo every 3 years yan, mayroon kang impairment. The interior of all types of tanks shall be inspected every 5 years. But where the interior inspection is made by means of underwater evaluations, silt shall be first be removed from the tank roof. From tank floor. Yung silt, naiipon yan doon eh. So the tank interior shall be inspected for signs of pitting, corrosion, spalling, rot, and other forms of deteriorations, waste materials, debris, aquatic growth, and local or general failure of interior coating. The steel tank exhibiting signs of exterior pitting, corrosion, or failure of coating shall be tested in accordance with mamaya, section 9.2.6. Okay. Pag nag-inspection ka nito ng interior side ng tank, no, and kailangan mo magkaroon ka ng mag-cleaning, no? Tank, since this is considered as confined space, no, wag kang basta sige, i-drain na natin tubig, pasok ka na kagad sa loob yan. May mga safety requirement yan, ha? Una, baka kailangan mo i-measure level ng oxygen. Pangalawa, baka kailangan mo maglagay ng blower yan. And the proper PPE. Example ito. No, may PPE, naka-full body harness yan. Ang full body harness mo niyan, nakatali yan. Dapat may watcher ka sa taas, dun sa manhole mo. No, na in case na may nangyari sa iyo, pwede ka hatakin pataas. Okay? Hindi ka naman nire-require na body-body dyan o dalawa kayo doon. Mas delikado pa yon. Okay? So yan, nakakuha ka dyan, nakatali yung body harness mo, may bantay ka doon sa taas. Pag pag humigpit na yung tali niyan, hatakin ka na agad. Say na parang natutunan ka, di ba? Humigpit ng tali, hatakin ka na niyan. Pakyat. Okay? The inspection frequency, so the steel tank exhibiting signs of interior fitting, corrosions, or failure of coating shall be tested in accordance with 9.2.6. So the tank ring type foundation with sand in the middle shall be inspected for evidence of voids beneath the floor. May awang ka doon sa ilalim ng slabs mo, no? Kung may buhangin doon, baka mamaya nakakuha na yon, no? Pumasok na yung daga doon, no? Masok na yung daga, buhangin eh. Tapos, gumawa na siya ng butas doon sa ilalim ng tangke mo. The anti-vortex plate shall be inspected for deterioration or blockage. Itong anti-vortex, nasa loob yan ng tangke, bandang ibaba. So, hindi mo yung ma-inspection for blockage or deterioration kung hindi mo i-drain ang tubig. So, normally ito, magkakaroon ka talaga ng impairment or shutdown ng fire protection mo kasi i-drain mo yung tubig eh. Pag dinrain mo tubig, wala kang medium to suppress the fire, di ba? Wala kang tubig eh. So magkakaroon ka ng impairment. So ano itong anti-vortex? Yun ang anti-vortex. Ito sa loob ng tank, this is the inner side of the tank. Ito yung wall, ito yung papunta doon sa suction ng pump. So ito ang tinatawag na anti-vortex. Where the size of the anti-vortex is at least twice the diameter of this elbow. Okay? So ano ang trabaho, anong purpose itong anti-vortex plate? So the anti-vortex plate is installed in a suction line of the power pump to control the turbulence in a flowing water. So they are simple in design. Simple lang, plate lang yan. I-welding mo doon sa elbow. Madali lang, di ba? Simple in design, but very effective doon sa controlling the velocity of the fluid, thus preventing cavitation doon sa power pump mo. Pag may cavitation sa power pump, pwede ma-damage ang impeller ng pump, or kung mas matibay ang impeller sa casing mo, ma-damage ang casing. Pero posible yan, mas matibay ang impeller sa casing, no? Di ba? Okay? So yan, minsan nagkakaroon ka ng turbulence, but ang ingay ng kuwan ko. Pag nag-testing ako, ang ingay, gumagalaw yung pipes ko. Kasi may turbulence ka eh. Ano bang turbulence? Yan yung opposite ng laminar flow, di ba? So pag sinabi mo turbulence, magulo yan. Okay? So inspection during inspection, test during interior inspection. Okay. So we're drained now. Of course, test mo yung interior mo. We're drained interior inspection of a steel tank is required by section 9.2.5.4. The following tests shall be conducted. So dito, the evaluation of the tank coating shall be made in accordance with the adhesion test of AS of American Society of Testing Materials number D3359, standard for test method of rating adhesion test, tape test. So generally referred to as the cross-cuts test. Ito yata na tanong nakaraan sa passive fire pro kung anong tawag niya sa test niya. No? So may sumagot doon niya na dalawang magkaiba. So itong tawag ito in general is the adhesion test, no, or the by tape test or the cross-cuts test. So dry film thickness measurement shall be taken at a random location to determine the overall coating thickness. So para malaman mo yung thickness, no, ito the ASTM test D339 uses a single edge or razor blade to score a pattern through the coating, applying a strip of masking tape diagonally across the pattern. So then pulling it slowly over itself will reveal the relative degree of adhesion to the substrate or primer. Simple lang, no? Guguhitan mo lang ng blade, lalagyan mo ng masking tape, tatanggalin mo, meron ka ng testing as per ASTM D3359, di ba? Pero kung di mo alam yan, kala mo madali, pero simple but effective. So again, pwede naman yung non-destructive ultrasonic test, no? Non-destructive test or NDT, non-destructive test. So non-destructive ultrasonic reading shall be taken to evaluate the wall thickness where there is an evidence of fitting or corrosions. Nakita mo, napakapal na ng kalawang niya, ng corrosion siya, hindi mo na pwedeng pasukin sa loob. Di ba? Ayaw mo i-drain. Matitest mo naman yung thickness ng plate or ng tank shell mo kung kinain na talaga ng kalawang or marami nang nabawas due to kalawang. So pwede mong gamitan ng non-destructive ultrasonic test. So ito yung may kaso lang, kailangan mo lang ng equipment, no? So the interior surface shall be wet spot tested to detect kung may pinholes, may crack, or other compromises in the coating. So special attention shall be given to sharp edges such as ladder, rungs, nuts, and bolts. So the tank bottom shall be tested for metal loss or rust on the underside by using an ultrasonic testing now. Okay, where there is an evidence of fitting or corrosion. So removal, visual inspection, and replacement of random floor coupons shall be acceptable alternative to ultrasonic testing. So may kukunin ka lang dyan na information kasi makakalculate mo naman yung thickness eh. So tank with fat bottom shall be vacuum box tested at the bottom seams in accordance with test procedure found in NFPA 22. Meron yung procedure sa NFPA 22 kaya sabi ko sa umpisa pa lang nitong chapter 9, dapat mas maganda kung nabasa na natin yung NFPA 22. So ano kinukuha mo rito? So itong non-destructive tests or ultrasonic readings, may formula lang yan eh. Ang kailangan mo lang makuha yung velocity and the time. Okay? So the thickness is equals to velocity times t over 2, where the t is the thickness of the part, b is the velocity of the sound in the test material, and t is the measured or round trip transit time. Okay? So you need the velocity and the time. Paras lang naman yung velocity, di ba? Kailangan mo rin time and distance. Testing of water storage tank. So the level indicator shall be tested again every 5 years for accuracy and freedom of movement. So the high and low level signal shall be tested annually. And the manufacturer instruction should be consulted for a guidance on testing. In some situation, it might not be possible to test the annual initiating device. In such cases, only the circuitry should be tested. Circuitry, mean to say, yung continuity ng circuito mo, maybe ano tawag nito, not installation test, not a mega test, continuity test na talagang from control panel up to your device is continuous or hindi siya putol. Maintenance of water storage tank for fire protection. So voids, ibig sabihin may awang, discovered binet. Pag sinabing binet, sa ibaba, no? The floors of the tank shall be filled by pumping in grout or assessing the sands and refreshinishing it. So pag may nakita ka dyan na gap dito, no? Pwede mo naman yung lagyan ng grout eh. Pero kailangan mo i-pump para pumasok siya sa loob. May gumagawa niyan, no? Ng grouting na ganyan. So the tank shall be maintained at full or the rate designed by water level. So no waste material such as boards, paint, cans, trim, or lost material shall be left in the tank or in the surface of the tank. Okay? Lalo na yung mga tools mo, mamaya naiwan mo yung pipe wrench mo dyan, naiwan mo yung katala mo, yung mga ranges mo, bawal yun ha. No materials eh. Sa kanya materials, pero sa akin baka mamaya tools pa naiwan mo or baka sarili mo naiwan mo sa loob ha. Hindi pwede. So the seal shall be removed during interior inspection or more frequently as needed to avoid accumulation to the level of the tank outlet. Okay, so nakita mong tank, simple lang, no? Pero marami yung instrumentation and the parts, no, on component. Dapat may ladder, mayroon ka dito, of course, for safety. Dapat may catwalk ka dyan, may guardrail. Hindi pwede paghagdan lang, ayos na, bahala na sa taas, no, kung malaglag ka. Kailangan meron kang mga ventilation, vent, meron kang manhole. Okay? So for automatic tank refill valves, so automatic tank refill valves shall be in accordance with table 9.5.1.1 ito. So the control valve, of course, this is a common component, so chapter 13. Valve secure with locks or electrically supervised, ito yung supervision ng valve with applicable standard shall be inspected monthly. So may monthly inspection. Wala na. Yung control valve, yung listed indicating valve paglabas doon sa tangke. So meron kang monthly inspection, maybe sasama mo yan doon sa inspection mo ng fire hydrant or ng, di ba? Kasi part 3 ng fire hydrant yan, paglabas ng tangke, that's already a part of private fire service main. Maintenance and testing of automatic tank refill valves. So the maintenance of automatic tank refill valves shall be conducted by a qualified personnel following the manufacturer's instruction in accordance with the policies of the authority having jurisdiction. So the rubber parts shall be replaced in accordance with the frequency as instructed by the manufacturers. Strainers shall be cleaned quarterly. Yan, quarterly. So the testing of the refill tank shall be done yearly, conducted yearly, in accordance with the following. So the valve shall be actuated automatically, lowering the water level of the tank. The refill rate shall be measured and recorded. So, ano ang requirement doon sa refill rate? No? Ilang oras, ilang GPM ang refill rate mo, ang flow rate mo ng GPM. So, iti-test mo yan. No, iti-test mo, then kailangan may record and isama mo siya doon sa inspection and testing report mo. Ito, inspection of the component and action requirement. Ito yung kailangan ba mag-repair, mag-recondition, o mag-replace. Ito. So, lahat pwede mong i-adjust, pwede mong i-repair, pwede mong i-replace. So, ang reference mo again dito is NFPA 22. So, ang di lang pwede is, of course, alam mo, i-adjust mo yung alam mo, i-adjust mo yung support mo, no? Kailangan bawasan mo yan. Of course, kailangan mababaguhin mo pa yung tank exterior and interior mo. So, pwede mo na siya i-recondition and i-replace. Ang gulo. Okay. And other components. So, okay. So, this is alarm. Pag may nakarinig ka na ng alarm or supervisory, punta ka agad sa NFPA 72 na yan. Okay. The National Fire Alarm Code. Okay. So that's all for Chapter 9, which is the water storage tank for fire protection. The next is Chapter 10, which is the water spray fix system. Kanina, nag-iisipan ko kung isasama ba natin itong ITM ng water spray fix system. And yes, because na-discuss natin ito together with Engineer Reyes nakaraan, no? Nag-present na ako nitong water spray fix system, and Engineer Reyes also presented this water spray fix system with foam. Okay. Pwede natin itong i-discuss ngayon. So, Chapter 10, minimum requirement. Again, may table lagi yan, 10.1.1.2. So, this chapter shall provide a minimum requirement for the routine inspection, testing, and maintenance of water spray fire protection from fixed nozzles through system only. So, fixed lang to na system, no? Hindi dito kasama yung mga portables. So table 10.1.1.2 shall be used to determine the minimum required frequency for the inspection, testing, and maintenance of water spray fix system. So the water spray fix system, this chapter that did not cover not cover the water spray protection from affordable nozzles, sprinklers, monitor nozzles, and other means of applications. So the design and installation, of course, of water spray fix system shall be in accordance with NFPA 15. NFPA 15 is the standard for installation of water spray fix system. Obstruction mitigation, of course, Chapter 14. And the common valve shall be in accordance with Chapter 13. For the impairment, that is Chapter 15. So ito na yung table. So ang marami dito, ang mabilis lang dito again is the quarterly draining. No? Then the rest is annually na. For the inspection. Okay? Puro annually, di ba? Annually. Ang quarterly lang is detector check valves drainage in accordance with Chapter 13. By the way, this NFPA 25 2020 edition is the most updated one. Pag nalagay siya dito ng reference, hindi mo naman makikita yan say in accordance with NFPA 13 section 10.2.7. Dapat kukunin mo rin doon sa katapat niyang edition. Hindi mo pwede na kukunin mo yan, hanapin mo yan sa chapter say 2012 edition ng chapter 13. baka hindi mo makita yan o baka ibang section. Okay? So for the testing, you have annual testing, no? The main drain test, the manual release test, the maintenance is annually for the strainers, the bracket, okay, the rest is 5 years. So the minimum requirement for water spray fixed system is the impairment shall be in accordance with chapter 15 as mentioned. So when a water spray fixed system or any portion thereof is out of service for any reason, notice shall be given to facilities management, the local fire department connection on site, the fire brigade, and other authorities having the jurisdiction as applicable. So a sign shall be posted at each fire department connection or system control valve indicating which portion of the system is out of service. Baka naman hindi naman lahat is out of service. No? So doon lang portion, kung saan ka impaired, doon mo lang ilagay yung iyong signages. Okay? Example dito, fire protection system impaired. So the service is the system is out of service. Huwag mo ilagay doon sa main na nasakop na yung kwan. Yung ibang active naman o hindi naman impaired na system na portion ng yung fire protection system. So when you say impairment again, it's either the whole system or portion thereof. So item in areas that are inaccessible for safety, shall be inspected during shutdown schedule, but not more than 18 months. Okay? So hindi ka lalampas na 1.5 taon. 1 taon lang, ayos na. Doon lang sa mga area na inaccessible or may issue sa safety or energized electrical equipment. Okay? So, okay, wag na yan. Other maintenance intervals shall be permitted depending on the result of visual inspection and operating test. So the deluge valve shall be in accordance with chapter 13. Nozzles, strainers shall remove the nozzles na strainer. Be removed, inspected, and cleaned during flushing procedure for mainline strainer. So once na naglinis ka ng mainline strainer mo, check mo rin yung mga nozzles mo. Take note that pag sinabi mo water spray system, a water spray system is a system employing an open sprinkler heads or nozzles. So kung malalaki ang butas niya or say maliliit pa lang ang orifice ng nozzles mo and your hindi maganda ang source ng tubig mo, yung water supply, nilalagyan natin yan ng strainer ang mga nozzles. So during cleaning ng main strainer, kasabay din niya ng paglilinis ng mga strainer ng nozzles. So the main strainer shall be removed, inspected every 5 years for damaged and corroded parts. Okay. So the deluge valve shall be inspected, tested, and maintained in accordance with Chapter 13. So ito yung sa right side nyo, yan yung typical diagram ng deluge water spray. So nasa ang deluge valve? Ito yung deluge valve number 2. Number 1 is the control valve. Number 2 is the deluge valve. Number 3 is the spray nozzles, open. Number 4 is the detectors, either smoke, heat, flame detectors. Number 5 is the water motor gong. This one is the main control panel. This is the pressure switch. Then, yan yung mga kanyang deluge valve. Ang tawag dyan is trimmings. Okay? So yun yung major component ng deluge water spray system. So ito, ang typical application nito doon sa equipment or area na kailangan ng volume ng tubig. Kasi open kagaya ng oil field transformer, yan, nakapaikot yan doon sa transformer. So open ang nozzle yan, meaning to say once activated by automatic or manual activation, water will discharge doon sa lahat ng kanyang spray nozzles. Okay? The main purpose nito is for cooling. So system component, the piping, the fittings, the hangers, and support shall be inspected and maintained to ensure the continuity of the delivery of water at the spray nozzle. So the system piping and pitting shall be inspected for the following: mechanical damage, either broken pipes, cracked, or misaligned fittings and so forth. So external corrosion conditions like missing or damaged paint, coating, rust, and corrosions, the misalignment or trap sections, and the condition of low point drain. So kasi itong water spray system is empty, dry siya. So pag nagkaroon ka ng activation, either during testing or actual activation, pag may loop, say the pipes, ito, bumaba dito, tapos umakyat, tapos going there. So pag dinrain mo ito, may main drain sa deluge valve, may drain ka rito sa branch line mo, kung nilagyan mo, itong low point area na to, itong pinakababa, hindi madidrain. So kailangan malagyan mo siya ng low point drain din dito. So lagyan mo lang ng ball valve yan, no? Tapos during testing or during activation, i-drain mo lang dyan. Okay? So that lahat ng piping after ng deluge valve is dry. Okay, the hangers, brace supports shall be inspected for the following and repaired or replaced as necessary. Say, missing, same with pipe, no, coating, damaged paint or coating, rust and corrosions. So the structural support, baka natanggal na o na-detach, damage or misaligned or loose hanger, brace and support. And the hanger support are designed to support, okay. Mayroong calculation ng hanger nito per NFPA 13. So sabi ng NFPA 13, the hangers, the seismic protections, the bracing shall be prepared by or designed by a professional engineer. So ang calculation mo dyan, pipes, filled with water, times 5, plus 250 pounds, yun ang basis mo ng weight ng pipes. Okay? Yung tubo na yan, filled with water, multiply it by 5, then plus 250 pounds, yun ang weight ng kakalculate mo. So the spray nozzle shall be inspected and maintained to ensure that they were in place. Lalo na yung pattern niya, kasi unlike ng sprinkler, may sarili siyang orientation. Pag upright pataas, pag pendant pababa, and pag sidewall against the wall. Itong spray nozzle, pwede siyang i-aim kahit sa anong direksyon. Ang importante, yung spray pattern mo ay nag-overlap, nag-meet, or nag-overlap. Okay? So where caps and plugs are required for the inspection shall confirm they are in place and free to operate. May mga nozzle kasi nilalagyan ng plugs kasi minsan pinapasukan ng dumi, minsan mga insekto pumapasok doon sa nozzle. So dinalagyan yan ng caps or plugs. Pero ang caps and plug mo, siguruhin mo na pag nag-discharge ng tubig, kaya niya tanggalin. Mamaya sobrang tibay, no? Nagkaroon ka ng discharge dahil tibay ng cap mo, hindi kaya tanggalin ang pressure ng tubig. O di walang tubig lalabas doon. Misaligned water spray nozzle shall be adjusted. Aim, visual means, okay. So initial, magkakaroon ka ng testing. Discharge test. So that malaman mo kung tama ba naka-aim masyado ang, kumbaga yung spray pattern ng tubig is naglalap, nagmimit or nag-overlap, and walang bakante. Kung may bakante yan, maaaring kailangan i-adjust ang nozzle or baka barado ang nozzle kaya walang tubig na nagdi-discharge doon or mahina ang tubig sa portion na yon. So system need inspection to ensure water spray, okay. So okay. So ito medyo na naman basic, ano? Actually nabanggit ko na. So the frequency of the test shall be in accordance with table kanina 10.1.1.2. Okay, the test preparation, dapat meron ka ditong methodology lalo na kung you are testing an energized electrical equipment, no, mga transformer, pumps, motors, okay lang niya kung LPG tank, fuel storage tank na for exposure protection, no? Pero kung say involves an energized electrical, kailangan ingat ka rito. Kailangan yung lototo mo, alam mo na yun, di ba? Sa safety, tsaka yung preparation mo. Yung PPE, safety. So precautions shall be taken to prevent damage to property during the test. Kasi tubig na to, volume ng tubig ang gagamitin mo rito. So the operational test shall be conducted to ensure that the water spray of fixed system response as designed, both automatic and manual. Okay, so pag nag-testing ganito, dapat may manual and automatic operations. So response time, dapat under the test condition, the heat detection system where exposed to heat source shall operate within 40 seconds. And the discharge time, so sa NFPA 2016, no, yeah, this is the foam water spray foam water fixed water spray system. The discharge time is 15 minutes. Pero may mga 10 minutes sa NFPA 30, which is the flammable and combustible code, is 15 minutes. And may other mga insurance and other code na nire-require na mas mahaba. Pero dun sa NFPA 16, yung discharge time is only 10 minutes. Sa NFPA 15 is 15 minutes. Sa NFPA 30 again is 15 minutes. Pero may mga code and standard and local code na nagre-require ng mas mahabang discharge time. So, of course, kung mahaba ang discharge time mo, dinagdagan mo, sabi ng code, 15 minutes, ginawa mong 30 minutes, dodoble rin yung laki ng water storage tank. Okay? Because the laki ng water storage tank is GPM times time. Kung dodoble ng time mo, dodoble rin yung capacity ng tanke, ng water storage tank. So, discharge pattern, so the discharge pattern from all na open nozzles shall be observed. Again, yan ang ginagawa nila Natapos na, okay ng water source mo, magte-test ka na, initially magkakaroon ka ng discharge test para makita mo yung discharge pattern ng spray nozzles. Kung nagmi-meet or naglalap sila. So where the nature of protected properties such that the water cannot be discharged, the nozzle shall be inspected for proper orientation. So, ginagawa namin dati dyan, the nozzles, tututukan namin ng stick yan para makita yung sentro kagad yung sentro ng tatamaan niya, tapos may angle naman yan, fix ang angle spray nozzle, at least malalaman mo na kung makukover niya yung sinasabi mong coverage area na yan, no? So where the obstruction occurred, the piping nozzle shall be cleaned and the system retested. Okay, so nag-test ka, kailangan maglinis, kailangan mo mag-adjust ng nozzle, nagawa mo na, kailangan mo mag-retest hanggang ma-perfect mo yan. So the pressure reading shall be recorded at the most hydraulically remote nozzles to ensure the water flow has not been impeded by partially closed valve or by plugs, strainer, or piping. Mamaya, nagte-test ka, ganda ng pattern, no? Hindi mo na pinuntahan doon sa likod niya. Doon pala, mahina na. Kasi yung may mga valve, may mga valve na partially closed or may mga obstruction na doon, may mga barana. So a second pressure reading shall be recorded at the deluge valve to ensure that the water supply is adequate. Yung deluge valve that is equipped with at least 2 pressure gauges, doon sa supply pressure gauge and sa pressure that reads ng pressure doon sa diaphragm niya. Kasi bago mo bubuksan yung control valve, the main control valve, make sure na may pressure na doon pumipigil sa deluge valve. So another pressure gauge doon. Kasi kung hindi mo titingnan yon, tuloy-tuloy ang tubig doon. Okay, so the readings shall be compared to hydraulically designed pressure to ensure original system design requirements are met and the water supply is adequate to meet the design requirement. And where the hydraulically most remote nozzle is inaccessible, nozzle shall be permitted to be checked visually without taking the pressure reading of the most remote nozzle. Lalo na kung dilute water spray sa energy transformer, hindi mo pwedeng mag-discharge ng tubig doon, so visual inspection lang is allowed. Okay, so where a component in a water fixed nozzle is adjusted, repaired, or conditioned or replaced, may table ulit. So where the original standard different from the cited standard, okay, same lang with other, no? So ito yan, table na to. So lahat, pwede mong adjust, pwede mong recondition, and pwede mong i-replace. Okay? So, kung na lang to, hindi na natin isa-isahin to. Pag may project kayo na or wala man kayong project at wala kayong magawa, basahin nyo na lang to ha. Okay. Oh, ito. May transformer. Tingnan natin kung mag-play ito. Ito is a deloads water spray discharge test, no? Initial discharge test to. To make sure again na naglalap ang spray pattern niya or wala siyang obstruction. Tingnan natin kung may obstruction or okay ang discharge pattern nito. May mga requirement niya kung titingnan nyo sa NFPA 15 na like yung pipes dapat hindi tumawid sa taas ng transformer. The nozzle shall not be direct impingement dito sa energized bushing. Natin sana mag-play. Good. Ayan, ito water spray nozzle. Tingnan nyo sa harap, may bakante, di ba? So kailangan may kunting linis at kunting adjustment na kailangan dito. Medyo magulo ng video, no? Meron din dapat doon sa conservator sa taas doon. Ang nakita ko adjustment dito sa harap eh. Ito, kailangan ng konting linis to. Mayroon ding nozzle but nakatutok sa ibaba ha, para sa mga non-absorbing ground. So the rest is okay, gilid, sa likod okay, ito lang sa harap mo, mga isa o dalawa. Isang nozzle actually, dalawa, dalawang nozzle kailangan i-adjust. Oh, that's me. Wait. Oh. Again, nakita natin, no? Again, this is an initial test. Actually, I conducted the test eh. May dalawa akong nozzle na kailangan i-adjust. Okay? Safety, nung tinest namin to, naka-shutdown ang transformer kasi initial testing pa lang to, hindi pa na-energize yung transformer. Oh, yan. So that is a substation in Albino, Daraga. Okay. So let's complete our presentation for chapter 10, which is the water spray system. Chapter 11 is a foam water sprinkler system. Okay, ganito, hindi ko muna i-discuss to because may isa tayong technical seminar na ina-arrange nito about NFPA 11. NFPA 11 is about low, medium, and high expansion. So isasabay na lang natin to sa presentation or sa technical seminar na about foam system. Kasi mahirapan naman tayo mag-usap dito na ano kaya itong bladder tank na to? Ano kaya itong mga foam chamber, foam maker, foam generator no na hindi pa natin nadadaanan ang installation nun. So susunod natin yan. A water spray system is covered by NFPA 750. Sa mga chapter president, alam nila to eh. Nagsabi ako kung sinong gustong mag-host nitong NFPA 750, which is the water mist fire protection, fire suppression system. So i-escape muna natin to. Isasama rin natin to sa water mist. So sa presentation natin ng NFPA 750 or the water mist system, you have the installation, the component, and sa dulo niyan itong ITM ng water mist. Diba? Again, pag nagsasabi ako rito mamaya, ano ang maintenance na ating nitrogen cylinders, ng water tank, ng ibang accessories, no? Mahirapan tayo. So go with chapter 13. So chapter 13 is about the common components and the valves. So this is applicable to all chapter from chapter 5 sprinkler, chapter 6 standpipe, chapter 7 private fire service main, chapter 8 the fire pump, chapter 9 is the water storage tank, chapter 10 is the water spray fix system. So applicable ito lahat sa 7 chapter na yan. Pati chapter 12 actually. So the common components and valves. So the minimum requirement, of course, this chapter shall provide the minimum requirement for the routine, inspection, testing, and maintenance of the common components and valves. So my table 13.1.2 shall be used to determine the minimum required frequency for inspection, testing, and maintenance of common components and valves. So the general provision, so the owner or designated representative shall have manufacturer's literature or manual available for the periodic instruction for inspection, testing, and maintenance of valve and its associated equipment. And all system valves shall be protected from physical damage and shall be accessible. Yun naman eh. Requirement ng valve, di ba? Kailangan readily accessible and visible. Main drain test. So main drain test, pwede ito sa wet pipe, sa deluge system, sa pre-action, sa dry. Pwede rin siya sa water spray system and sa standpipe. So the main drain test shall be conducted annually. For each water supply lead into a building water-based fire protection system to determine whether there has been a change of condition of the water supply. So initially, during acceptance test, nagkaroon kayo ng main drain test, ito yung record. After a year or 5 years or next year, because the main drain test is required annually. So after a year, nagkanda ka, okay pa rin. After 5 years, yung pang-5 mo ng main drain test, nag-iba na ang result ngayon, bumaba na. So kailangan mo na yun magkaroon ng investigation. So where the lead-in to building supplies a heater or a manifold serving multiple system, a single main drain test shall be permitted. Okay? So for multiple zone or multiple area, pwede ng single main drain test lang. In a system where sole water supply through a backflow preventer, wala masyado tayong backflow preventer dito lang. And when there is 10% reduction of a flow when compared to the original acceptance test or previously performance test, the cause of the reduction shall be identified and corrected if necessary. Again, ito na nga sinasabi na, bumagsak na, below 10%, o more than 10% pala ang binagsak ng iyong result in terms of GPN and flow and pressure. Kailangan mo na mag-investigate, kailangan mo na i-identify, at kailangan mo na i-correct. So, for a sprinkler system like wet pipe, lahat naman yan ng mga alarm check valve, meron yung meron yung main drain test valve eh. So the main drain are installed on the system riser for one principal reason. That is to drain the water from the overhead piping after the system is shut off. Okay? So this allows the contractor or plant maintenance department to perform work on the system or to replace nozzles after the fire or other incidents involving system operations. So ganito, riser ka, say 3 palapag yan, may floor control valve. Pag dinrain mo ito, drain na lahat ng tubig on top of this, sa taas nitong after upstream or sa taas nitong alarm check valve. Okay? So buong floor, madidrain na nitong main drain system. Ito yung main drain niya or main drain valve. Except, siguro kung combination niya na combination riser, wet pipe, or sprinkler system plus standpipe, wherein you are required to install a check valve on the floor control valve, riser lang madidrain mo. Hindi kasama yung feed main, yung cross main, yung portion of feed main, and the branch line. Hindi makakasama ng main drain yan. Kung may check valve ka dun sa feed main because of that combination, no? The sprinkler and the standpipe. Pero kung wala, drain lahat yan. Of course, may matitira yan, lalo na kung naka-return bend ka, di ba? Hindi mo na matatanggal yung pababa nun eh. So data collected from the suction gauges of the power pump flow test, so that test, the water supply would satisfy the requirement of the main drain test. So ito, bubuksan mo lang to, you know. Pag binuksan mo yan, lalabas na yung tubig. Yan, dyan, sa dulo nitong drain valve, drain pipe. Okay? Yung dulo niyan dapat nakalagay doon sa safe location or discharge sa safe location, no? Mamaya mag-cause yan ng flooding or water damage. So these drains also are used to determine whether there is a major reduction in flow, in water flow rather, to the system, such as could cause by a major obstruction, a drop gate, and a valve that is almost fully closed, or check valve clapper stuck to the valve set. Okay? Mamaya doon sa fire pump mo, wala kang testing, no? Yung check valve mo doon sa discharge, stuck na pala. Or hindi na fully na open, no? Kumbaga kalahati na lang ang angat ng clapper mo. So ito yung mga summary of the valves component inspection and testing. Okay, sa alarm check valve you have a quarterly, no? Kung naka-install outside, you have the quarterly. Kung interior naman 5 years. Anong mabilis dito? You have the weekly, oh. Ayan, may weekly dito, ha. Yung pressure gauge, mayroong the valves, no? All valves, weekly yan, ha. Yung mga valves. Okay? So yung weekly dito, valves, master pressure reducing, alam ko meron ditong kwan eh. Pressure gauge, quarterly. Okay. Okay? So again, di ko na isa-isahin to, ha. So for the maintenance, on the common components and valve, itong item na to, depende sa NFPA 13, pero yung mga control valve always and while shall be maintenance, although expected weekly, but ang maintenance niyan is annually. Okay? Water flow alarm device. So ito, dito sa water flow, isa sa water flow alarm device is itong water flow switch installed dun sa floor control valve. So pagka nagkaroon ka ng testing, by opening itong test valve or through ITC or the inspector test valve, dapat the activation of water flow alarm device shall result an audible alarm within 5 minutes after such flow begin and until such flow stops. Okay? Dapat pag nag-discharge test ka or nag-activate ka ng water flow alarm, within 5 minutes dapat meron ka ng audible alarm. Okay? So this is new. So activating of initiating device shall occur within 90 seconds of water flow, seconds of the water flow at the alarm initiating device when flow occurs that is equal or greater than a single sprinklers or smallest orifice size installed in the system. Okay, 90 seconds. Ito, pag nag-test ka ng, ano ang mga single sprinkler equivalent? You have that ITC. Okay? So, kung yun ang testing mo, dapat within 90 seconds, mayroon ka ng alarm. Ma-alarm. So, mechanical, ito yung gong. Anong requirement? So the mechanical flow alarm device shall be inspected quarterly and shall be tested quarterly then. So ito yung mechanical gong, ito yan. Once activated or may flow ka ng tubig, tutunog yung gong na yan. So hydraulically operated yan. Ibig sabihin tubig ang mag-ooperate ng water motor alarm. Okay? Or the gong. So ito, water flow alarm switch, the main, ito isa-isahin ko, ang tawag dito is water flow detector or water flow switch for a pipe larger than 2 inch. For the pipe 2 inches smaller, itong ginagamit. Ito ay water flow alarm switch or water flow detector. Ito is the pressure switch. So ang dinidetect nito is the pressure, the high and low pressure. This one is supervisory switch for the ball valve. Ito is a supervisory switch for the OSNY valve. Ito is also a supervisory switch or the tamper switch. Okay. Vane type paddle and pressure switch water alarms shall be inspected quarterly. So ang inspection nito is quarterly. To verify that they are free of physical damage. So the vane, the paddle, ito yung paddle yan. Ito paddle, yan, vane. And pressure switch, water flow alarm device shall be tested semi-annual. So testing niya semi-annual. So the testing of water flow alarm suite devices on a wet pipe system shall be accomplished by opening the inspector test valve. The fire pump shall not be taken out of service. So hindi mo pwede off ang fire pump during testing. So testing of water flow alarm for dry pipe reaction system shall be accomplished by using the bypass connection. Mahirap na yan. Mag-testing ka ng inspector test connection sa deluge, ha? Open ang nozzle ng sprinkler head, open. Pagkamali ka, nako, baha yan. Kung di man baha, di damage. So for the inspection, so the gauges shall be inspected monthly. Ito yung mga pressure gauge. Gauges monitoring the water pressure shall be inspected quarterly to verify that the normal water pressure is being maintained. So gauges monitoring the nitrogen in the case of dry pipe and reaction shall be inspected monthly. So the gauges with quick opening device, if provided, shall indicate the same pressure as the gauge on the side of the dry pipe valve. Ito is a deluge, no? So for dry pipe or reaction. So for dry pipe reaction system, no, protecting a freezer, no, with an air pressure gauge on the air line between the compressor and the dry pipe valve. The air pressure gauge near the compressor shall be compared monthly to the pressure gauge above the dry pipe valve. Ito kasi, dahil dry pipe ka or dahil reaction ka, may air ito. So ang air niyan pwede kang kunin sa compressor using a dry air. Pwede rin siya nitrogen doon sa mga lagyan mo ng bottle of nitrogen. And kung nasa planta ka na may available na plant air, pwede mo siya kunin doon pero dapat regulated. Okay? Kasi may requirement lang yan na pressure down and pressure up, pressure cut and cut off din ng air pressure. Kasi kung lalagyan mo yan ng plant air, sufficient, very marami ang marami ang very, okay, the flow of your air, halos simple ng isang sprinkler heads. So kung ganun hindi mo siya i-regulate, baka pumutok ang sprinkler head yan, hindi pa yung mag-aalarma dahil kaya ng hangin eh. Okay? So the gauges shall be replaced every 5 years or tested every 5 years by comparison with calibrated gauge. Anong limit? Anong threshold? So the gauges accurate within 3%, not accurate within 3% shall be replaced or calibrated. So for the floor control valve, ito na yung mga OSNY, no? So each control valve shall be identified and sign indicating or the portion it's control. Yeah, may sign yes naman yan, no? Kung lalo na kung multiple riser ka, tapos may floor control valve ka, each riser, of course, may main control valve yan or yeah, main control valve or isolation valve. Bawat valve dapat meron signages, aling area, aling zona, aling floor ang control niya. Okay? Baka mamaya nagkaroon ka ng maintenance, shutdown mo, off mo yung floor control valve, iba pa lang nasara mo. Okay? So the system that have more than one control valve that must be close to work or assistant shall have signed on each affected area. Okay. Kung say tatlong riser, tatlong zona ang kailangan may off, bawat zona, bawat riser dapat may signs. And when normally open valve is closed, normally open, sinara mo, procedure shall be established in the chapter 15 of this NFPA 25. So chapter 15, ito yung sa impairment na. So each normal open valve shall be secured by means of seal, lock, and shall be electrically supervised in accordance with NFPA 72, of course. So normally closed valve shall be secured by means of sealed or shall be electrically supervised in accordance with NFPA 72. Okay? So chapter 14 is about, ito na sinasabi ko na, internal piping condition and obstruction investigation. So mag-uusap tayo dito ng microbio. Yung MIC, that is microbiological influence corrosions. Ngayon, later on sa mga chapters, no, kung gusto niyo ng isang online technical seminars about MIC or microbiological influence corrosions, request nyo lang. Kaya request din natin kay Director Art Mirillo na mag-present siya. No? Although na-present niya na to last pa natin first GMM eh. Ito yung kanyang topic eh, microbiological influence corrosions. Sec? Wait. Sekaris.
Yes,
One joke muna.
joke muna tayo.
Yes, sir.
Andiyan ba si Doc Nunez?
Medyo boring na itong
Sir.
Hindi nag-request eh.
Hindi tayo, kikinig tayo dyan. Alert tayo.
Si BPT Alex Listano na, acknowledge na lang natin.
Oo. Yan, share ko lang muna to ha.
Kailangan ko mag-unshare pa rin. Sige, go ahead.
O, habang nagpapahinga si Press, magpapatawa muna tayo. Ano ba? Okay. So, may mga inanda ako mga slide dito, no? Tungkol sa men versus women. Ano ba itsura nila pagka-shopping? Ano ba comparison? Daw, pagka nag-shopping ang lalaki, nakita nyo yung diagram. Mula start hanggang finish. Bilis, no? Pagka women daw, yung nasa diagram sa baba.
Lahat.
Gano'n ka masalimuot yan. What about direction? So, pagka direction daw, ang nakalagay pagkakaliwa, men to the left because women to the right because they are always right. Tama ba yun? Toilet signage.
Hindi.
Pagka sa male, isang bla lang. Pagka sa female, bla 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 bla. Dami. How about pag nag-impake sa isang biyahe? So you can see, ang daming listahan no, sa babae. Pero sa lalaki, 5 minuto lang, tapos na. With due respect nga pala sa audience natin mga female, ha? Ito, biro lang to. Then if you are praying for a partner, yan. Kababae, ang dami, oh, dami requests. Man that is beautiful, caring, romantic, loving, smart, understanding, passionate, dami. Sa lalaki, simple lang. Yun lang hihingin. Di ba? Alam niyo na kung ano yun. About paano magpagupit? o maganda ng buhok. So sa lalaki, before, yan, $15. Tapos na kagad yung gupit. Pag sa babae, $275. Pero parang walang pinagbago. Then of course, getting ready for work. Yan, kita nyo naman ang time natin. 10 minutes. Okay. And then of course, pagka may dalawang picture dito, no? When your daughter asks you to why she has to study, ito pang kumbinsin nyo sa anak ng babae. Pakita nyo yung picture na yan. But when your son asks you why he has to study, pakita ninyo yung parehong picture. Same picture. Alam niyo naman, joke siguro dyan. Nakuha niyo ba? Paano nakikita yung toilet box, toilet bowl ng babae o lalaki? Yan, pagka babae, yung deodorant ang nakikita. Pagka lalaki, may target practice. Minsan nga, sumasala pa yan eh. And then, going to the toilet in parties, pila. Pagka babae, kahit sa mall, di ba? Pero yung mga lalaki, kahit saan, pwede sa bubong, pwede sa likod ng ng building, halamanan, sharing the bed. Yan. Laki. Teka na mahulog. Pagpili ng shampoo. Daming kulay, oh. Sa lalaki, okay na. Pagka merong isang sachet dyan, okay na, kahit na yan. And now about looking at woman passing by. Yun. How do they see themselves in the mirror? Yan. Kahit na hindi totoo. How do they see colors? Daming kulay, oh. Tayo, rainbow colors lang. Closet. Isang pasang pantalon, tsaka isang polo shirt, tsaka sapatos. Okay na tayo. Going out. Alas 7 na aalis. Yung guy, nakatapat lang sa laptop, sa computer. Pero pagdating na alas 7, yung photo, bis na. Pero yung babae, di pa tapos. Okay, so some ko videos na tayo. Napakita ko na ito kanina. So, skip na natin yan. Okay. Pakita ko sa inyo ng napakita ko na to, di ba? Yung video na to. Yung gupit.
Yes.
Hanap.
Paano naman mag-wrestling yung daga? Nakakita na ba kayo nag-wrestling na daga? Ito, mga ginagawa lang to nang walang magawa sa quarantine. Pero nung nag-video nito, panoorin na lang ninyo. Dali lang, ito turn on ko lang yung kuha. Maganda yung nito eh. Naka-on ba yung ating kuha? On ba yung sound?
On.
Ayan, naka-on sound. Okay. So, tingnan natin paano mag-wrestling yung daga.
Was concerned about his guy Randy Orton.
Malakas na yung volume niya.
John Cena realized that he's going to have to go for a home run. And he put down the 12-time world champion Randy Orton for the 3 count.
And he's ascending the turnbuckles for Randy Orton. Jumps up to his feet.
Uh-oh.
Oh, from the top turnbuckle. Big DDT. And now, Orton grabbing the top rope. Blocking the attempt. Oh! And Orton got driven into the referee. Drop toe by Cena. And he's looking for the STF. He has it. Snapped it. And Orton's tapping. He tapped. Orton tapped. Cena broken, knowing that he won the match, but there's no referee. And Bray Wyatt unloading on
lang natin alam kung sino nanalo ron. Pero maganda yung video, no? Okay, ito, may isa pa akong video rito. Paano kung kasama mo yung... Paki-on nyo lang yung volume nyo malakas dahil baka hindi nyo makapture yung joke eh. Paano kung kasama mo yung Avengers sa Enhanced Community Quarantine? Ganito ang mangyayari pag kasama mo siya sa bahay o sa boarding house, no? Yung Avengers.
Ano gusto yung ulam?
Nauli nyo? Natanong niya, inubos daw ba nung Avengers yung ulam? Wala nang natira. Okay. Kaya nagpapahinga pa si Pres. Bibigyan ko kayo ng isa pang video.
Yes, ito lang, okay na.
Okay na?
Yes, sir.
Okay na, Pres?
Yes, baka maubos ang joke mo.
Hindi, may isa pang video ko papakita. Maganda to eh.
Sige.
Baka gusto pa nilang mapanood eh. Ito, tungkol naman sa elevator. Ito, nakakatawa to eh. Pakita natin.
なんで来ねえんだこれ。故障か？なんだろう。階段で行くか。あ、なるほどな。見せればあんとか、なるほどな。そっかそっか。分かった分かった。ほら。ああ。なんだよ、急いでんのにな。そうか。これ入れちゃいけないんだ。あ、なるほどな。そりゃそうだよな。そりゃそうだそうだそうだ。これ言わなきゃいけないのか。言えば、あはんが聞こえるんだな。そりゃそうだよな。よかった。
Okay na. Okay na, Pres?
Yes, sir.
More.
Mamaya na iba.
So, Sek,
Pres.
may nag-message eh.
Ha?
May nag-message. May nag-request sa messenger sa chat group.
Ano yan?
Pwede daw sa susunod na online seminar, babae naman mag-present na makaganti sa'yo.
Pwede naman.
Kawawa babae sa'yo eh. Anyway, okay. Chapter, no. NFPA 25 is composed of 16 chapter. So, nadaanan na natin yung chapter 1 to 14 except chapter 11 and 12 now, which is the fixed water system and the foam. So, may ilang chapter pa natitira. You have chapter 14, chapter 15, and 16. Okay? So, the time now is 4:35. So, baka mag-extend lang tayo ng konting oras, no? Maybe at 30 minutes or 15 to 30 minutes now. So, maybe we'll end this by 5:30 or 5:15. Except, no, sa joke ni Aris ulit mamaya, ni Sek Aris ulit mamaya, baka abutin tayo ng 10:00. Okay? So chapter 14 again is about internal piping condition and obstruction investigation. So investigation about the obstruction inside the pipe, no? Okay, nakita niyo yung background na yan, no? So heavily corroded na yung loob ng pipes. Again, kung titingnan mo yung NFPA 13, which is the standard for installation of sprinkler system, no? Doon pa lang sa I think chapter 4 or 5, general requirement pa lang, nire-require na na mag-submit ng MIC or microbiological influence corrosion as part of kasama doon sa acceptance, okay, ng projects or the system. Sama yan, MIC. So in general, so this chapter shall provide the minimum requirement for conducting an investigation of fire protection system piping for possible sources of materials that could cause fire blockage or internal corrosion of your system components. Lalo na sa mga hydraulically calculated na sprinkler system, no? So na-base yan doon sa, of course, yung formula, the William formulas are based doon sa bagong pipes. Ano ang C? Ano ang coefficient factor ng say BI pipe kung bago? Okay? So actual diameter nandoon. Ngayon, nagkaroon ka na ng kalawang or corrosion doon sa internal pipe. Meaning to say, lilit na internal diameter mo plus hindi na ganun ka-smooth. So malaking epekto nito sa hydraulic calculations. So the assessment of internal condition of piping. So assessment of piping shall be conducted as frequency determined by chapter 14, section 2.1.1 or 2.112 for the purpose of inspecting for the presence of foreign organic or inorganic material inside the pipes. So the assessment of the internal condition of piping shall be conducted at a minimum of every 5 years, no, in accordance with the next section ng itong chapter 14, no. So 5 years ang assessment ng internal condition ng pipes. So for the purpose of inspecting for the presence of foreign organic and organic material. So where the assessment frequency has been established, lalo na kung hindi maganda yung source mo ng tubig, no? As frequent as possible yan. So where an assessment frequency has been established by an approved risk analysis, the assessment shall be performed as frequency determined by the approved risk analysis. So kung kailangan na every 3 years, gagawin natin yon, no? Depende dun sa risk analysis. So the tubercules or slime, tubercules ito parang bukol-bukol, no? If found, nakita, shall be tested for indication of microbiological influence corrosion. Ito na nga yung MIC. So if the presence of sufficient foreign organic or inorganic materials is found to obstruct the pipes or sprinklers, an obstruction investigation shall be conducted as described on the next section, 14.3. So non-metallic pipe are not required to comply with this section 4.2 of NFPA 25. So hindi kasali ang non-metallic pipes, no? Normally naman CPVC hindi naman kinakalawang yan, di ba? So in a building having a multiple wet pipe system, every other system shall have an assessment of the internal condition of piping as described by 4.2.1. 14 rather. So during the next inspection, frequency required by above section, the alternate system that assist during previous assessment shall be assessed, no? So pwedeng salitan, no? So if the foreign and or organic material is found in any system in a building, all systems shall be assessed. So say meron kang multiple building or from the 3 buildings or multiple floor. So any part doon, say portion by portion ang testing mo. So any portion doon na may found na may inorganic materials or organic materials, lahat na yan kailangan mo na i-assess. Okay? An obstruction investigation shall be conducted for a system or yard mains piping whenever any of the following condition exists. Basta na any of the following exists. Kailangan mo karoon ng obstruction investigation. One is defective intake for power pump taking suction from the open bodies of water. Say, if you're kinukuha mo your water source or your tubig mo ay nanggagaling sa mga lakes, sa mga ponds. So kailangan mo magkaroon ng investigation, obstruction investigation diyan. The discharge of obstruction material during the return water test. No, nagkaroon ka ng flow test. Tapos nagkaroon ng mga obstruction, maraming mga dumi. So kailangan mo rin mag-investigate diyan. There's a foreign materials in power pumps, in dry pipe valves, or in a check valves. Okay? Pag nag-test ka o sa dry pipe mo, nag-restore ka, ayaw ma-restore ng maayos kasi may nakakalang doon sa flapper or sa diaphragm ng mga check valve mo, dry pipe valve mo, deluge valve mo, or reaction valve mo. Meaning to say, may dumi, may foreign materials. Kailangan mo na rin magkaroon ng obstruction investigation dyan. There's a foreign material in water during drain test or plugging of inspector test connection. Okay? So nagkaroon ka ng mga foreign materials during drain test or nag-plugging ka o nag-test ka ng inspector test connection mo or inspector test valve mo, may mga foreign materials. So kailangan mo rin mag-investigate. There's a known materials are heard in the piping materials during training. Oh, may kakaibang tunog, no? May mga, kala mo, mga bato-bato o mga bakal-bakal na nalalaglag, no? Refilling or otherwise flowing through the system. Plug ng sprinklers. So nagpaputok kayo ng sprinkler heads, walang tubig na lumabas, meaning to say, barado. So meaning to say, baka may mga foreign materials na. Baka hindi lang yan ang isang sprinkler heads na pinaputok mo ang barado. Baka karamihan dyan barado na. Baka lahat yan barado na. So kailangan mo ng investigation. Kailangan mo rin mag-obstruction investigation kung may presence of sufficient foreign, organic, or inorganic material is found in the pipes. And failure to flush the yard mains or surroundings public mains following the installation or repairs. Nagkaroon ka ng repair, nagpalit ka, nagkaroon ka ng flushing, mahina ang flushing or wala nang flushing, mahina ang tubig or walang tubig lumalabas because barado na rin yung mga main pipes mo. Take note na, kanina sa chapter 7 natin, you need to flush the underground pipes every 5 years. So there's a record of broken public mains in the vicinity or even private fire service main, no, doon sa mismo sa area mo may mga broken pipes. Abnormal, frequent false tripping of dry pipe valve. Okay, alarm ng alarm, false ng alarm. Kahit hindi naman sa dry pipe valve, even sa pre-actions, no. Kung may nakakalang yan na bisan kahit sa kahit sa wet pipe or sa alarm check valve mo pag nakalangan yan dumi, ang mangyayari yan, alarm ng alarm ang water motor gong mo. Kasi nga, pag umangat ang flapper mo dyan, portion ng tubig niyan, papasok doon, pupunta doon sa, dadaan sa retard chamber mo, napuno ang retard chamber mo, wala ka rin automatic drain doon, dadaan yan sa pressure switch. So alarm ng alarm yon. Malakas ang pasok ng tubig doon, pati ang water motor gong mo, tutunog. And also, there's a system that is returned to service after extended shutdown greater than 1 year. Okay? Number 12, there's a reason to believe that the sprinkler system contains sodium silicate or highly corrosive fluxes in the copper system. Saan ka pwede magkaroon ng copper system dyan? Sa iyong fire protection system. Sa sensing line ng pump. Okay. Or a system has been supplied with raw water via the fire department connection. Doon ka pumasok ng raw water supply mo, gumamit ka ng pump, dinaan mo doon sa fire department connections. pinholes, pinholes ito yung mga butas na maliliit, no, na nagko-cause ng leak, no, sa pipes or sa fittings. Kahit nga minsan sa hydrants may mga pinhole, no. So pinholes, sira na yung ang tawag nito, yung thickness ng tubo mo or ng fittings mo, nabutas na. Or a 50% increase in the time that it takes water to travel the inspector test connection. Nagkaroon ka ng inspector test, ilang seconds ang requirement para magkaroon ng alarm? For a water alarm switch, kailangan within 5 minutes. Pero sa inspector test connection, kung nagte-test ka ng isang flow ng isang sprinkler heads, dapat within 90 seconds may alarm ka na. Oh, nag-increase siya, tumagal siya ng 50%. Kailangan mo na mag-investigate dyan due to obstruction doon sa loob ng tubo mo. Okay? So kailangan mo rin mag-investigate if the system shall examine for external obstruction, system shall be examined for internal obstruction where condition exists that could cause obstructed doon sa pipes. Isa yan, nag-test ka ng pump mo. Kung nag-discharge ka ng tubig sa sa fire hydrant, hindi mo makuha yung kahit yung rated flow lang, hindi mo makuha. So baka may obstruction doon sa mga pipes. So if the condition has not been corrected or the condition is one that could result in obstruction of piping despite any previous flushing procedure that had been performed, the system shall be examined for internal obstruction every 5 years. So the internal examination shall be performed at the following minimum points. Saan points ka mag-exam? Mag-conduct ng examination ng obstruction. One is the riser. Sa mga valves, yes. Sa riser, sa cross main and sa branch line. Lalo na kung barado na yung mga sprinkler heads mo, no? Then there is an alternative non-distracted examination shall be performed. Yung mga ultrasonic, di ba? Titingnan mo yung kung saan mabe-verify mo yung thickness ng pipes mo, no? Kung kinain na siya ng kalawang o natakpan na siya ng mga foreign materials. So if an obstruction investigation indicates that the presence of sufficient material to obstruct the pipe or sprinkler, a complete flushing program shall be conducted by a qualified personnel. So tubercles ulit or slime, if found during obstruction, investigation shall be tested for indication of microbiological influence corrosions. Ice obstruction, hindi na natin kasali ito. Pwede rin ang non-destructive examination. Okay. Paano ka mag-test ng microbiological influence corrosions, no? So ang gagawin mo diyan, kukuha ka ng 2 samples. Dapat may sample kit ka. Okay? Sa Pilipinas, wala ngayong gumagawa niyan ng microbiological influence corrosion test. Wala. Sa US, mayroon. So kukuha ka ng sample doon sa system, sa sprinkler system mo, plus doon sa water source mo, say the water storage tank or sa kung anumang source mo ng tubig. Then papadala mo yan sa mga testing laboratory na nagkakandak nitong microbiological influence corrosion test. Then papadala sa yung result. Ano ang cost nitong MIC? Okay? Okay, so that's all for the chapter 14. Again, this is about internal piping condition and obstruction investigation. So chapter 15 is about the impairment. Okay? Again, pag sinabing impairment, this is the shutting off of your fire protection system, either the whole or a portion thereof. Okay? Okay. So background yan, nakita mo naman, di ba? You have the fire pump, tapos may control valve ka, sa discharge control valve na naka-shut down. So nakalagay dyan, tag. Kailangan importante rin tag eh. Fire protection out of service. So what is impairment? So impairment is a condition where the fire protection or unit or portion thereof is out of order. And the condition can result in fire protection system or unit not functioning in the event of fire. So this is because of due to maybe a repair, a replacement, no, or an accident happened, or a damage to the damage on the parts of your fire protection system. So there are two types of impairment. Now we have this emergency impairment and the pre-planned impairment. So pag sinabi mong emergency impairment, this is a condition where your water-based fire protection system or portion thereof is out of order due to unplanned occurrence, or an impairment is found while performing the inspection, testing, and maintenance. Example, nagkaroon ng biglang bursting of sprinkler heads. So anong gagawin mo? No choice ka kundi isara ang main isolation valve for that zone or for that area. Hindi ka tatakbo dun sa pump kagad tapos doon mo isara o patayin kagad ang fire pump mo, no, or jacket pump mo. So i-isolate mo lang siya doon hangga't maaari, as minimal, as maliit as possible. Kaya nagkakaroon niya ng mga sectional valve. No? Hangga't maaari mapaliit mo ang impairment area mo, mas maganda. Or nagte-testing ka, during testing, sinara mo yung isolation valve, no? Yung pala, sarado na, may flow pa rin ng tubig, yung para may kumalang doon. Wherein, hindi mo siya pwedeng palitan or i-repair or tanggalin ang kaal, ang nakaharang doon unless na hugutin mo yung valve na yan at linisin. Okay? So magkakaroon ka ulit ng impairment dyan or shutting off a portion of your fire protection system. Then, yung sinabing pre-planned impairment, this is a condition where your water-based fire protection system or portion thereof is out of service due to work planned in advance. I mean to say, every next year, kailangan mo na magpalit ng mga sprinkler heads, no? Kasi may mga pumutok na nga, so you want all that sprinkler heads to be recalled or palitan na talaga, no? Para hindi na maulit yung mga accidental discharge na yan or accidental bursting of sprinkler heads, such as revision to water supply or sprinkler piping. Okay. Nag-test ka, nagkanda ka ng performance test. Medyo bumagsak ang performance ng pump mo by 8% because NFPA 25 or NFPA 20, ang requirement mo dyan, dapat hindi ka lumayo doon sa original performance curve ng by 5%. Nakita mo, very malaki ang bagsak niya. So plano ka, magpapalit ka ng fire pump. So nakaplano yan. Siyempre, bago mo planuhin yan, nandiyan na yung fire pump, di ba? Mamaya, paplano ka pa lang, babaklasin mo pa lang, tsaka titingnan kung anong modelo. Tapos orderin mo after 6 months, saka mo maibabalik yung system mo. Hindi. Andiyan na yung fire pump, andiyan na yung tools, prepared na, andiyan na yung manpower mo, yung contractor mo, na-PO mo na yung gagawa, di ba? So, nakaplano na yan. So mag-start ka, sige, after COVID, June, schedule na natin yung impairment natin, magpapalit tayo ng pump, ha? That is a planned impairment. Or any activities na in accordance with the code, no, na kaya na say umabot na yung duration niya talaga na kailangan mo yung life expectancy niya na dapat palit siya ganitong taon, di ba? So yun ang kailangan mo magpalit. Kailangan mo na, of course, ma-order muna, nandiyan mo na yung equipment, yung pamalit mo, yung replacement mo, part mo is ready na, no? Okay. Impairment coordinators. Napaka-importante nitong impairment coordinator, no? Para yung magtitimon, para organize at hindi yung kanya-kanyang utos, kanya-kanyang instruction, no? Kanya-kanyang plano, kanya-kanyang schedule, kanya-kanyang procedures. Kailangan meron kang impairment coordinator. So, the property owner or designated representative shall assign an impairment coordinator to comply with the requirement of Chapter 15 of NFPA 25. So, in the absence of specific designee, the property owner or designated representative shall be considered as the impairment coordinators. Basta importante may isa kang coordinator. Of course, alam niya yung operation ng park promo. So, paano kung mga tenant, no, or sa mga malls or sa sa mga buildings or facilities na puro rental or lease. So where the lease with written use agreement or management contract specifically grant to the authority for the inspection, testing, and maintenance of fire protection system to the tenant, management firm or managing individual, the tenant managing firm or managing individual shall assign a person as impairment coordinators. So nasa contract. Kailangan may mga tag yan, yung mga na-impaired natin. No? So sample, you have this attached to valve read instruction on other side. So ito, sprinkler valve shut. So may tagging ka. This is a sample tag impairment, no? Or impairment tag. So a tag shall be used to indicate that the system or part thereof has been removed from service. So dapat clear yan. May mga size pa. So clearly visible tag alerts, building occupants, and the fire department that all about or part of the water-based fire protection system is out of service. So the tag shall be posted at each fire department connection. Bakit sa fire department connection ilagay? And system control valve. So dalawa yan, sa system control valve and sa fire department connection. Or other location by the authority having jurisdiction. So indicating which system, aling portion, anong area have been removed from service. Okay? Yung particular lang na area or na valves na sinara mo, yun lang lalagyan mo ng tag, including the fire department connections. So, tayo, kung di ako magkakamali, RA 9514, pag ang system mo nag-shutdown ka or na-impaired ka, 4 hours mahigit, dapat within 24 hours, may inform mo na si fire department connection. Dito meron din yan. Tingnan natin later no, kung gaano katagal. So yung mga equipment, no, yung mga ini-impaired na equipment. So hindi naman kailangan na buo ka agad, no, i-impaired mo ka agad, isara mo na kaagad yung isolation valve dito pa lang sa water storage tank ko. Hindi. So the impaired equipment shall be considered to be water-based fire protection system, no? And part thereof. So that is removed from service, of course. So the impaired equipment shall include but not limited to the following. Of course, your sprinkler system. Depende kung ilang riser yan, kung ilang zone na affected. Standpipe. Your mga hose system, your underground fire service main, your fire pump. Ang problema mo dyan malaking impairment kung fire pump na. And also the water storage tank. The fixed water spray, the foam water sprinkler system, the water mist, kung umaasa ang water mist mo dito sa fire tank mo. Kasi may water mist na may sarili siyang water storage tank, may sarili siyang nitrogen eh. The fire service control valve and your water supply. So ito ang mga portion na pwedeng i-impaired or mga component na pwede i-impaired or equipment. Okay? So for a pre-planned impairment, so all pre-planned impairments shall be authorized by the impairment coordinator, and before authorization is given, the impairment coordinator shall be responsible for verifying that the following procedures have been implemented. 1, the extent and expected duration of impairment that had been determined. Gaano kalawak? At gaano katagal ma-restore yan? No? Dapat alam ng impairment coordinator yan. Ano ang mga area involved? No? Okay? Ano ang increase niya sa risk? Na-determine na ba yung risk niyan? Once na-impaired ko tong area na to, ano ang risk? And the recommendation to mitigate any increased risk have been submitted to management or property owner or designated representative. Ngayon, kung nagkaroon ka ng impairment, either say planned, no, pre-planned, kasi ang impairment na emergency, wala ka nang magagawa dyan, lalo na kung magkakaroon ka rin ng damage dun sa property mo, no? Or maaaring lumala pa. So magkakaroon ka ng emergency impairment. O sa pre-plan, kailangan mo i-notify din ang, aside from the owner, kailangan ng Bureau of Fire. Ang pinaka-importante dyan, kung insured yan, kailangan mo inform yung insurance. Kasi pag nag-impaired ka, sinara mo, nagkaroon ka ng sunog, at nalaman ng insurance company na sinara mo, nagkaroon ng sunog at hindi na put off yung fire dahil sarado ang valve mo, nako, hindi ka babayaran ng insurance niyan. So, ang insurance minsan, pag in coordination with your insurance company, no, minsan mayroong kanyan program. Like, okay, payagan kita i-impaired mo itong isang area na to, isang zona na to, but dapat maglagay ka dyan ng mga fire watchman mo. Say, 10 fire watchman, then kailangan may mga portable fire extinguisher na dala-dala yan. At the same time, kailangan yung mga yan, yung iba sa kanila, located to the nearest fire hose cabinet. Na in case na magkaroon ng sunog, alam na nila yung uhugutin nila. Or, yung isa dyan naka-assign dun sa valve. Na in case magkaroon ng sunog, buksan mo yung valve na to. Diba? Magkakaroon man ng water damage, wala na tayong problema kasi may sunog eh. Kaysa na masira sa sunog. Okay? So, pre-plan impairment program. So, number 4, where a fire protection system is out of service for more than 10 hours. Now, ito, nag-shutdown ka na for more than 10 hours. In a 24 hours period, the impairment coordinators are arranged for the following. For one of the following. Number 1, evacuation of the building or portion of building affected by the system out of service. Okay? Baka kailangan i-evacuate mo na yung tao mo doon, yung gumagawa doon. Baka yung mga very important na mga documents, very important na mga equipment, kailangan mo muna ilipat. Okay? Kailangan an approved fire watch established of a temporary water supply. Baka kailangan na maglinya ka ng tubig doon. No? Say through by hose lang, no? So by hose, connect mo dyan sa nearest source, then may abang ka na doon, mag-abang ka na doon ng hose valve na pwede mong kabitan ng hose na in case na magkaroon ng sunog, bubuksan mo na lang. So, maglagay ka ng mga temporary supply ng tubig doon. Huwag naman niya maglagay ka doon ng timba at saka may tabo na pag nasunog, bubuhusan na lang ng tubig. So, establish an implementation of an approved program to eliminate potential ignition source and limit the amount of fuel available to the fire. So, ang haba ng shutdown mo. Padala pa, kung ako impairment coordinator, padala ka ng tao rito, syempre, mag-hire ka ng contractor na yan eh. Padala ka ng tao rito, gusto ko ipatanggal lahat rito ng mga stock na chemicals, lahat na flammable dito, alisin niyo muna. Yung mga light material dito, alisin niyo muna while we are in the impairment period. So, the fire department shall be notified, of course. No, nasa RA 9514 natin, siya nga 10 hours eh. Sa atin yata sa RA 9514, kung di ako magkamali, within 4 hours, 24 hours, kailangan ma-inform mo na yung fire department. Of course, kailangan yung insurance carrier, the alarm company, the property owners, and their designated representative in other authorities having jurisdiction shall be or have been notified. And normally, your notification mo dapat in written to, no? Either mag-email ka dyan, no? Or written. Huwag yung text-text sa tawag-tawag lang. Email or written. So the supervisors in the areas to be affected have been notified. Sabi ng end users, sasabihan mo rin. And of course, the tag impairment system have been implemented. Parang sa electrical to, yung loto, no? Yung log out, tag out, ngayon loto na yan eh. Log out, tag out, try out. Ganon din niya sa impairment, no? Kailangan mo na implement yung impairment tag procedures. Okay? And all necessary tools and materials have been assembled on the impairment site. Dapat yan, kung may gagawin, pre-plan, andyan na yung contractor mo, andyan na yung tao niya, andyan na yung tools niya, andyan na yung materials niya, no? Kapag sinara mo yung valve, start na kaagad. Of course, baka mamaya during the impairment pa, saka ka pa magpapapirma ng mga working permit mo dyan, saka pa si safety officer magre-require. And then, tigil mo na yan. Huwag mo na tayong gagawa. Kailangan muna natin kailangan nyo muna mag-submit ng job hazard analysis. Kailangan nyo mag-submit ng methodology. Hindi pwede. Once na-close na yung valve o impaired na, start na kaagad yung trabaho, kompleto na yan. Okay, po na emergency impairment, emergency impairments shall be included but are not limited to, like interruption of water supply, a frozen or rupture of piping, and equipment failure, and includes impairment found during inspection, testing, and maintenance activities. Okay? Nag-test ka, nag-discharge ka ng tubig doon sa fire hydrant, kung sinara mo, ayaw na masara dahil sira na yung valve. So that is, again, an emergency impairment. So the coordinator shall implement the steps outlined in section 15.5 kanina, and when one or more impairment are discovered during inspection, testing, and maintenance activity, the owner or owner's authorized representative notified in writing. Ito sample, impairment notice, no? So, andyan, sinasabi niya, tapos may checklist ka, anong cost ng impairment? Or anong recommendation mo that immediate steps to be taken? So, when restoring the system to service, so this is chapter 15 at chapter 16, no? So when restoring system to service, tapos na. Kailangan mo na i-restore. Kasi ang restoration mo as fast as possible yun eh. So when all impaired equipment is restored to normal working order, so the impairment coordinator shall verify the following procedure had been implemented. Ano naman ang gagawin mo? No? After mo ma-restore o once yung ma-restored mo? One, a necessary inspection test has been concluded to verify that effective systems are operational. So the appropriate chapter of this standard shall be consulted for guidance on the type of inspection and testing required. So the supervisors have been advised that the protection is restored. Restored na. So pwede mo na pabalikin yung mga tao mo. Pwede na ulit kayo mag-umpisa ng inyong production. So the fire department have been advised that protection is restored, and the property owner or designated representative insurance alarm company and other authorities having jurisdiction have been advised that the protection is restored. And of course, tatanggal mo na yung tag, di ba? So the impairment tag has been removed. Okay? So that's all for the Chapter 15, Chapter 15 or the impairment procedures. Tanggalin ko muna itong 16. This is mali. Okay. Now, we'll go now to chapter 16. Chapter 16 is about special requirement from other NFPA code and standard. Example, kanina, you have the deluge valve, you have the deluge system, deluge water spray or deluge sprinkler system, you have the dry pipe, and you have the pre-actions. The pre-action system in the deluge system requires an automatic operation. So dapat meron siyang fire detection, either heat, smoke, no, or fire or flame detectors. So kung meron ka nun, sakop na yan ng NFPA 72. Kung meron kang water level monitoring that are electrically supervised or monitored, kailangan mo na sa NFPA 72 yan. So other part of the NFPA yon, di ba? Kung meron kang electrically supervised na mga valve, so kailangan mo ulit si NFPA 72. Kung meron kang water flow switch, meron kang pressure switch, tamper switch, water flow monitoring switch, water flow detector, kailangan mo si NFPA 72 dyan. The your power supply for your fire pump, kailangan mo si NFPA 70 dyan. Si fire pump, since na kailangan niyang backup, genset, kailangan mo si NFPA 110. Okay? So yun yung mga special requirement from other NFPA, itong NFPA 25. Kaya doon sa chapter 2 pa lang nito, nakalagay na doon yung mga reference nila na NFPA. Ang dami doon. Hindi lang NFPA, nandyan si ANSI, nandyan si STM, nandyan si NEMA, even si FM Global, saka si UL, nandoon, no? Another listing company. Okay? So, the NFPA 25 also refers din so sa other NFPA code and standard, no? Okay, example. Sa RA 9514, 2019 Revised Implementing Rules and Regulations. Anong sabi doon? Anong reference mo pagdating sa sprinkler system? Sa sprinkler system shall be in accordance with NFPA 13. But for a residential 4 floor and below shall be in accordance with NFPA 13R. So yun, malinaw na yun sa NFPA sa RA 9514, yung Revised Implementing Rules and Regulations na inadapt na rin nila si NFPA 13R or the sprinkler system for residential occupancies. Okay? Malaking pagkakaiba niyan, malaking ibababa mo. If you base it to NFPA 13 against NFPA 13R, malaki ang diferensya nun. So ito, maigsit lang to, one or two slides lang dun eh. So the NFPA 25 or the special requirements from other NFPA code standards, you have this small residential board and care. Sample lang to. So the requirements in this section shall not apply to a residential board and care facilities where the sprinkler system is installed in accordance with NFPA 13D or described in NFPA 101 or the Life Safety Code. So the system installed in accordance with 13D shall be inspected, tested, and maintained in accordance with NFPA 101. Okay? So kung may 13D ka as your reference for your installation of sprinkler system, ang inspection, tested, and maintenance nun, hindi sa NFPA 25, kundi sa NFPA 101. Kung may electrical component yan or electrically supervised na parts yan, refer to NFPA 72. Okay? So yan, 13D. Okay. So the time now is, ayun, tamang-tama, 15 minutes lang sobra ko. The time now is almost 5:15 now. So I think this was already, ito na yung pinaka-last na slides ko, no? So I would like to say thank you sa inyong lahat, no? So thank you everybody who participated this, no? So Sec Aris, please take over again. For our Q&A. Wait, baka naka-mute si Sekaris. Sekaris. Naku, bilugbog na yata ng mga babae yun. Sekaris. Sekaris, are you there? Hindi ka naririnig, sir. Hindi ka narinig, Sir Aris. Wala, hindi ka naririnig, sir. Stop ko lang muna yung share. Spread. Hello, si Karis? Ba't hindi marinig? No zone ko. Jonah? Sek Jonah?
Yes po.
Hindi pa narinig si Sekaris eh. Naayos na ba natin yung mga question and answer? O nandito na si...
Sige po.
Nakita ko na rin si Director Art Mirilio. Sir Art, good morning. Good afternoon na pala.
Ang hapon yung press.
Yeah.
Press din na ako, press.
Yan, okay.
Okay, sige. Sige, si Direct Art muna.
Ano sir, ano sasabihin ko?
Happy anniversary daw.
Maraming salamat. Oo. Oo, sayang, lockdown tayo eh.
Hindi, yun nga maganda, lockdown eh.
Yun nga sabi ko sa misis ko eh.
Oo.
Konti gastos.
Sir Art,
Yes, Pres.
tambay ka na dyan. Baka may tanong sa MIC ha.
Okay lang.
Sir Aris.
Ah,
Q&A na tayo, sir.
tuloy na. Okay, last batch. Okay. Kita ba?
Kitang-kita.
Kita.
Actually, nilampasan na natin kanina to eh. Kaya bumuo muna ako ng bago dahil mahirap mag-compose eh. Kasi binabantayan ni Doc Nunez yung mga input ko eh. Madre Sacristan. First item. Sabi ng Madre, ano apelido mo iyo? Sabi ng Sacristan, alam niyo na po yun, sister. Lagi niyo po yun nahawakan eh. Sabi ng Madre, Sus Maria Josep, may ba apelido mo? Sabi ng Sacristan, sister naman, Rosario po. Ito, marumi pala isip ng Madre oh. Ito, green-minded.
Violet ka na.
Ito, green-minded na Madre rin. Sabi ng Madre, Father, lamig, no? Sabi ng Father, oo nga eh. Gawin natin yung ginagawa ng mag-asawa pag nilalamig sila. Sabi ng Madre, sige. Nikilig pa eh. Sabi ng Father, sige, pag-timpla mo ako ng kape. Anniversary. Sabi ng wife, Dear, ano regalo mo sa 25th anniversary natin? Ako si Direct Art, first anniversary pa lang. Ano kaya sa 25th anniversary pag si Direct Art? So sabi nung husband, dadaling kita sa Africa. Sabi nung wife, wow, how sweet naman. Sa 50th anniversary, sabi nung husband, susunduin na kita. Ito, ubas. Sabi ng bata, pabili pong ubas. Sabi ng tindera, wala kaming ubas. Nabukasan, balik yung bata. Pabili pong ubas. Sabi ng tindera, wala nga kaming ubas. Anong i-stapler ko na yung bibig mo. Nabukasan uli, balik uli yung bata. May stapler pa kayo? Sabi ng tindera, wala. Bakit? Pabili pong ubas. Ito, tuklaw ng cobra. Ganda to. Sabi ni Juan, pare natuklaw ng cobra yung ari ko. Tulungan mo naman ako. Sabi ni Pedro, tatawag akong doktor. Kumawag si Pedro sa doktor. Sabi sa doktor, Dok, natuklaw ng cobra yung kaibigan ko eh. Ano ang dapat kong gawin? Sabi ni Dok, sipsipin mo ang dugo kung saan natuklaw ang kaibigan mo. Balik sa kay Juan, sabi ni Juan. Ano sabi ng doktor? Sabi ni Pedro, mamatay ka na raw. Mental hospital. Sabi, magaling na raw. Nag-drawing si Doc ng pinto sa blackboard. Sabi ni Doc, kung sino mauna makalabas dito sa pinto, makakalabas na dito sa ospital. So, nag-unahan yung mga pasyente. May isang hindi tumakbo, tumatawa lang. Sabi ni Doc, mukhang magaling na itong isang to ah. Matanong nga. Sabi ni Doc, bakit di ka nagkapag-unahan? Sagot ng pasyente, ano ba yung mga yan? Paano sila makakalabas doon? Nasa akin ang susi. So, tapos na. Lumilindol na malakas noon. Nagkagulo ang lahat at nagpanik. Katapusan na. Sumagot siya sa lalaki. Tanga, akin si pa lang. Sa airplane, May isang murahing airline. Sabi ng stewardess, "Sir, would you like some dinner?" Sabi ng passenger, "Ano ba ang mga choices?" Sabi ng stewardess, "Yes or no lang po." Tapos na po. Press, ikaw na.
Sec, nasa Q&A na tayo, Sec.
Ha?
Q&A na
Okay,
tayo.
Sec Jonah.
Andito pa ba si BP Technical Alex?
Andiyan pa ba? Andiyan ba kanina?
Yes. Sir Alex?
Andiyan ba kasi sa Alex?
Yes, nandito kanina. I-unmute ko na rin si Edwin Soriano.
Ayan, si Edwin, oo.
Okay, baka kailangan natin sumagot unmute, okay?
Dito ako. Dito ako.
Sir Alex, in-unmute ka na kasi baka kailangan ng tulong mo, sir, sa question and answer.
Sure. Sige.
Si Sir Art, unmute na rin natin. Okay. Si Rapani, si Buko, ayaw mo na lang nakamute yan. Dito ba si Sir Art? Sige, okay. Question number 1, John.
Okay, question number 1. Good afternoon. Question number 1 from Sir Israel Fontanilla. Medyo 5 questions. Una na, ewan ko kung nasagot na ba ito ni Sec Aris. Are safety officers also authorized to conduct the fire safety inspection? They were trained to conduct inspection and make reports submitted on DOLE on a monthly basis. They check unsafe condition and unsafe acts that needs to be addressed to ensure safety of the facility or the plant.
That is for safety of your facilities. However, for the renewal of your permit end of the year or annually, and you are required to secure a fire safety inspection, the FSIC, as required as prerequisite for the renewal of your business permit, ang kailangan mag-prepare ng FSMR is only the fire safety procedures, not the personnel who is authorized by the government. Unless that safety officer is also a holder of certificate of competency issued by the fire chief.
Okay na po, okay na. Okay
Yes,
na, press. Question number 2.
Paano kayo, yung gustong sumagot, you're free to answer, no?
Second question from Sir Ismael. Sir, read Chapter 9, Water Storage Tanks Inspection Policy of the authority having jurisdiction. Does this mean the company or private firm which is the safety policy? Which is the safety policy of the company?
Well, the RA 9514 shall, sabi niya doon, the water-based fire protection system shall be the inspection, testing, and maintenance of water-based fire protection system in accordance with NFPA 25. Sabi ng NFPA 25, hindi na siya magre-restrict ng any procedures, any policy, or method na equal or exist doon sa requirement ng NFPA 25. Okay? So the NFPA 25 is the minimum requirement. So kung may sariling policy kayo sa company or sa organization, more than that policy of NFPA 25, pwede nyo gawin. Pwede nyo sundin yan. Basta the minimum requirement is the NFPA 25. Say, ang requirement ng NFPA 25, every 5 years, maganda ka ng internal investigation of your water storage tank. And you have an internal policy na gusto nyo annual. Okay? Walang problema yon. But i-apply nyo rin yung requirement for the impairment. Kasi pag nag-inspection ka ng internal condition ng yung water storage tank, na kailangan mo i-drain yung tubig. So, meron ka dapat impairment program dyan. John.
Okay, next question. Sir Ismael pa rin, no? Sir, may dry pipe ba na ginagamit for gauges and inspections?
May ano, pardon?
May dry pipe ba na ginagamit? Sa question niya for gauges and inspections.
May dry pipe ba na ginagamit sa?
Wala naman nun, di naman nun niya na-specify.
Okay. Sa dry pipe kasi, no, may tatlong pressure gauge yan eh. A pressure gauge, a water pressure gauge that reads the supply pressure ng tubig. Air pressure gauge, and of course, kailangan ang specification is also a water pressure gauge kasi once pumasok na ang tubig doon sa loob ng dry pipe, of course, kung anong pressure na reading doon sa baba, ganun din doon yun. Say a residual pressure. And another pressure is doon sa supply air. So tatlong pressure gauge nun. Dalawang water pressure gauge at isang air pressure gauge. So doon naman sa air pressure gauge, kung naman yun, regulated naman yun kung anong requirement mo doon eh. May mga manufacturers na say dry or pre-action na ang requirement nila is 25 to 30 psi na supervisory pressure. Bakit kailangan natin ng air dyan sa inside the pipe kung dry naman siya, no? For pre-action system kasi, ang purpose ng air para to supervise the integrity ng pipes. Ibig sabihin, pag nagkaroon niya ng leak, nagkaroon ng drop ng pressure, may alarm. So kung wala kang supervisory air, binaklas na pala yung tubo, tinanggal na yung sprinkler heads, wala kang monitoring. And the event of fire, hindi mo alam na pinagbabaklas ng palang tubo because wala kang supervisory switch, and tubig, lulusot na lang doon kung saan ang pinakamalaking butas o binaklas mo dyan, di ba? So hindi na siya kakalat, hindi na siya madidistribute ng tama. So you have, dapat may air pressure gauge ka doon sa upstream ng pre-action valve mo, may water pressure gauge ka doon sa that reads the supply pressure. No, kasi kung wala ka namang pressure gauge sa supply pressure, patay na pala, drain na pala yung tubig. Hindi mo alam during inspection, hindi mo alam na wala na palang tubig doon sa supply mo. Yan.
Next na press. Sa kanya pa rin, number 4, do we also have to conduct a regular sanitation of the pipe, sir? Like using chlorine or bacteria killing agent?
Sir Arthur, no, with your, baka ang chlorine, baka ang chlorine mo na gagamitin yan, makakontribute pa na magkaroon ng scale doon sa pipes mo, di ba? Yun ang cause, ang kuha ng chlorine, di ba? Nagkakaroon na ng scaling, lalo na, di ba? Kaya nga isa yun sa reason minsan na ang swimming pool ayaw maging source ng water storage for pure water source ng fire protection because of the problem of that cleaning ng swimming pool na using chlorine ng scale. Ang scale pwede magbarayan sa sa sprinkler heads. So ang requirement ng NFPA 24, 13 and 25, kailangan may flashing ka lang. Ngayon, ibang issue naman yung kung meron kang microbiological influence. Iba yun, kailangan mo ng investigation. Pero yung regular na flashing, is required lang yan. Flashing lang. Ang requirement mo lang dapat may 10 feet per second na velocity or kaya mo yung demand pressure ng yung system. Yeah, flashing lang. So for underground, ang requirement yan every 5 years. Yeah, John.
Okay na po. Last press. The water that is used for water-based fire protection system is raw water. Scale formation will be high depending on chloride level. Is there a standard for a raw water quality, example, alkalinity, chloride, etc.? Last question na ito para kay Sir Ismael.
Kay Sir Ismael. Pero sige, Sir Arthur, ikaw na sumagot. Video Sir Art? Nandito ba si Sir Art? Sir Art kasi ang kuwan sa MIC.
Hello.
Gusto mo i-repeat ang question, Sir Art?
Kasi yung yung tinatanong kanina, may dadagdag lang ako kasi usually ang ginagamit na tubig diyan is pinaka the best yung yung pH level 7, which is neutral. Kasi ang sabi ng NFPA, pag bumaba ka diyan or tumaas, it is nagko-cause din yan ng corrosion. So pag sinabi mong lalagyan mo ng chlorine, ibig sabihin definitely it will cause corrosion later on, MIC. So pinaka the best na diyan is pH level 7. Hello?
Yes, sir. pH level 7 ang recommended ni Sir Art.
Yes. Yun yung tumaas ka doon kasi pag bumaba ka diyan, it is acidic, di ba? Pag tumaas ka diyan is base or alkaline. So bumaba ka man or tumaas, nagko-cause yan ng MIC. So pinaka the best na diyan is sa 7 talaga. Pero hindi mo naman maiwasan na magkaroon ka ng mas mababa o mas mataas, di ba? So definitely, pag ganun yung sitwasyon, magkakaroon ka talaga ng kalawang sa loob. Ang recommendation pa ng ng NFPA, as much as possible, wag mong galawin yung tubig sa loob. Sabi nga ni Professor Ronel, every 5 years yung sa Kasi once na the more na gumagalaw yung tubig sa loob, the more na pinapasukan ng kalawang or air. So doon nag-uumpisa yung MIC. Hello?
So, okay na siguro, John.
Okay na po, next question. Okay na, Pres?
Yes, ma'am.
Next po from Sir Benigno Yepes. Meron siyang 2 questions. Sir, as per NFPA 25, I would like to ask as follows. Number 1, painting, inspection ng piping and tank and other unnecessary components. Meron po ba tayong specific requirements as surface preparation, number of coating, and thickness of painting?
So, kung titingnan mo ang NFPA, hindi siya nag-specify anong pintura, anong testing procedures, anong techniques ng pintura. Hindi siya nag-specify, including preparation. Kailangan mo ba i-sandblast yan? Kailangan mo ba, unless your company, your consultant, nagre-require ng ganon. Kaya wala yan sa NFPA 25. Basta sinabi niya, dapat ang pipes mo hindi siya corroded. Kung corroded yan, check mo kung naapektuhan na yung thickness ng pipe. O hindi siya nag-specify kung anong pintura, anong procedure, anong preparation.
Additional.
Yes, sir.
Ang NFPA, tama yung sabi ni Pres, ang NFPA much more concerned sa loob ng tubo. Kasi diyan usually nagkakaroon ng kalawang, nasisira yung system dahil sa doon mismo sa loob, internal. Pero yung labas, wala namang in-specify na anuhin mo yung labas. Not unless yung tubo mo is underground. May naka-specify diyan or i-ano mo talaga sa ilalim. So you have to coat it or sometimes ilagay mo na lang sa trench para hindi siya buried directly to the ground.
Yes. Okay. For the new installation director, since may tinanggal na yung metallic pipe doon sa underground, kasi yung non-metallic pipe is not included doon sa requirement ng Chapter 15 ng NFPA 25. So ang problema natin dito yung mga luma na metallic pipes na underground. Although required siya for flushing every 5 years, pero hindi siya kasama doon sa investigation about obstruction, internal investigation about obstruction.
Okay na po, okay. Question number 2. Meron din po ba tayong corrosion allowance sa firewater inside piping and inside the tank?
Sir Arthur. Sir Art? Anong question ulit, Jonah?
Kung meron daw pong corrosion allowance sa firewater inside piping at saka sa loob ng tank.
Sir Art, meron ba daw corrosion allowance or inside the tank?
Saan?
Mayroon bang allowed corrosion inside the pipe or inside the tank?
Wala namang sinasabi na allowance. So, wala pa akong nababasa na minimum allowance ng corrosion doon sa loob ng pipe. Actually, pag nagkaroon ng corrosion yan, ibig sabihin yan, time will come, palaki ng palaki yan. So dapat yan hanggat maaari, iwasan yung magkaroon ng corrosion sa loob.
Yes. Hanggat maaari, walang corrosions.
But the minimum, wala namang nabanggit na na minimum allowance regarding corrosion.
Yes, correct. Although Sir Art, no, yung salted water allowed actually for fire protection niya eh. Lalo na
Yes,
sa
sir.
mga
Barko.
Malalapit sa dagat, yung depo, mga refineries.
Yes, sir.
Ina-allowed ang salted water kasi pag meron kang normally naman sa malapit sa dagat, ang mayroon diyan depo. So ang protection niyan is foam. Ang foam kasi is applicable siya sa mga salted water. Pwede siya. Ang requirement lang diyan, maybe gamit ka ng pump na pwede siya sa mga salted water or pipes like using HDP or stainless steel pipe.
Hello. Yes, tama. Oo, kasi pag ginagamitan mo na nga ng ano yan, tama, kung malalapit ka nga sa dagat, definitely you will avoid using BI pipes. So, ang sinasabi naman ng ano, pwede ka naman gumamit ng HDP, CPVC. 'Di ba?
Yes, sir.
So yun. So depende yan sa applicability ng ano lugar.
Yes, Ma'am Jonah.
Yes po. Next from Sir Melvin Campbell. Question, sir, baka kaya may nozzle along perimeter? Bakit kaya may nozzle along perimeter? Ang spray pababa sa floor doon sa fixed water spray sa transformer as per video shown.
Okay. Dalawa ang requirement sa transformer ng kung saan mo mai-aim yung nozzle. Number one, doon sa buong surface ng transformer, including the conservator tank and yung mga parts niya na more than 12 inch, kailangan may separate nozzle yan. Yung nakita niyong pababa, ang tawag doon is non-absorbing ground. Kasi pag may nagkaroon ng spill doon ng transformer oil at yun ang magiging source ng sunog, hindi yun masusuppress ng water spray doon na nakatutok sa nozzle. Kaya sabay yun, ang tawag doon non-absorbing ground. Okay? Para sa mga spill na oil o transformer oil. Nasa NFPA 15 yan, mababasa mo rin sa NFPA 850, yung tinatawag na non-absorbing ground.
Okay po, next. From Sir Jano Encarnacion. Water storage tank is above ground, not allowed water storage below ground level.
Water storage tank below, no, both above ground, elevated tank, above ground, underground are allowed. So, pero pag underground ka, kailangan ang pumps mo is vertical turbine type.
Okay na po.
Yes, ma'am.
Next po, may gusto pa pong meron pang input.
Ma'am?
Okay na po. Next pa, press. Next question. From Sir Nelson.
Jonah, sorry ha. Okay, ulitin ko lang ha. Pwede kang underground using a vertical turbine type pump. Pwede kang above ground, either mag-horizontal split place and suction. Pwede kang elevated. Pwede ka ring pressurized tank. And in some cases, ina-allowed ang gravity tank.
Next question na po. Next question from Sir Nelson Priles. Pwede ba water source ng sprinkler system ang swimming pool? Parang nasagot mo na, napahapayawan mo na itong press kanina. Next question na po, move na tayo.
Yes, ma'am.
Next po from Sir Tony. Tatlong question po ito. Morales. 3 questions. Question number 1. Regarding the protection of pump interiors from corrosion, does our fire code consider to install cathodic protection to eliminate the corrosion inside the tank? This will save costly maintenance, repair, and shutdown practices.
Sir Art? Sir Art?
Hello?
Yes, ang tanong is that para maiwasan ang corrosion inside the water storage tank, meaning to say steel tank to, pwede bang cathodic na lang daw ang protection?
Cathodic protection. Na-discuss na natin yan nung last time na last na GMM.
Yeah.
Cathodic. Para I think wala namang sinasabi sa pero alam ko pwedeng gamitin yan eh.
Pero kasi kung tank, no, internal protection against corrosion. Kasi hindi yung kagaya ng underground pipe na pressurized. Madali protection na. Madali lang yung like ano tawag nito? Anti-corrosion sa metal, madali lang pag above ground, ang problema yung underground. Pero sabi ni Sir Art, pwede daw eh. Or metallic pipe, metallic tank lang, sir, no?
Yung sinabi mo, Pres, tama yun. Underground usually ginagamit yan sa cathodic protection.
May maintenance kasi yung cathodic protection eh. Magkakaroon ka ng maintenance doon. Kung above ground lang naman, mas okay na yung epoxy primer, epoxy paint lang eh. Kasi wala namang pressure talaga yun eh.
Yes sir, hindi siya pressurized eh. Kaya nga sabi ko, may madali lang protection against corrosion ng kwan eh.
Yes. Magiging magastos pa. Kapag underground na pipe, doon cathodic protection. Sa Saudi Arabia, yun ang gamit namin noon. Pero may maintenance ka talaga, cathodic protection. Tapos kung hindi ako nagkakamali, every 5 meters yata yun, 15 to 20 meters. Magkakaroon ka ulit ng another cathodic protection sa pipe. Hindi po pwedeng all throughout, iisa lang ang cathodic protection mo.
Okay. Sir Tony, say talagang problema yung corrosion sa above ground tank mo, may option ka naman eh. Pwede kang mag-concrete, pwede kang mag-fiber. Mag-concrete ka na siguro kung talagang problema ang corrosion sa above ground mo.
Okay. Kasi, hello?
Yes, sir.
Marinig ako, hindi?
Naririnig ka, sir.
Kasi maraming mga steel tank dito mostly ginagamit dito ngayon mga steel tank eh. So maybe the best way is the epoxy epoxy
yes, sir. Yes. Epoxy. Yes.
Thank you.
John, next question, John.
Next question ako from Sir Tony. For impairment purposes, can we install several isolation valves on the branch line connections aside from the main lines?
Isolation valve per branch line. Nako, malaking problema yan because each valve kailangan mo supervise eh. So, maintenance, operations, mukhang problema. Ang problema nun, baka may isa ka pang naiwanan na sarado, nagkaroon ng sunog, pumutok yung sprinkler heads mo, walang tubig na lalabas. Problema mo yon is, maliban sa mahal, yung supervisory mo.
Okay.
Paano mo supervise sabay-sabay yun?
Sige po.
Okay.
May last question po, galing ulit kay Sir Tony, number 3. Considering the important function of impairment coordinator, what is the minimum qualification of impairment coordinator?
Minimum, at least alam niya yung system. Alam niya yung system, alam niya yung agad mari, ako, high-ranking safety official yan eh. Ang high-ranking safety official planta no? Sige. Alam niya yung risk doon sa planta, di ba? Alam niya yung protections, di ba? Yun, para sa akin, wala namang sinabi ang NFPA 25, pero sa akin, agad mari, yung safety manager, mas maganda eh. Alam niya yung risk ng planta. Kasi papatay mo tong fire protection eh, portion na to eh. So, ang problema mo dyan, siyempre yung risk talaga.
No. Kasi inisip ko yung mga mall natin, mga hotels natin, so kailangan talagang knowledgeable ang impairment coordinator para ma-closely coordinate siya.
Kaya nga, kung ako nga tatanong, yung pinakamataas doon sa safety organization nila eh.
Usually sa by practice yan, if I may input, no, sa amin, mga pinanggalihan ko planta, yung mga nagko-coordinate ng impairment, yung mismong taga-facilities eh. Yung nakakaalam ng fire protection equipment like yung fire pump, mga ganun. Saka yung mga riser, familiarization talaga existing nilang kwan. It could be highest position like yung safety manager, pero in some cases kasi yung safety manager they don't focus on the details eh. Yung mga talagang nasa facilities, alam nila yun.
Kaya this is one of the important functions sa protection ng building eh. Kasi buhay nito nakataya at saka property. So kailan talaga na yung impairment coordinator is has the knowledge at saka talagang empowered sa body management na talagang may function sa such duties.
Saka pati yung duration kasi nung impairment, he should be very one quality na niya yon na saka kabisado na niya yung facilities, yung system ng fire protection sa facility niya. So madipa-predict na niya kung gaano katagal yung trabaho, o gaano katagal may impair. Yun ang isang importanteng aspect.
Because the coordination between the fire department and the insurance companies is also very important.
Yes.
Sige po. Thank you, sir. Mabuhay kayo.
Good.
Next po. Next question. From Sir Napier Mejia. Sir, pwede po ba gamitin ang thermoplastic fire hose nozzle at sa mga cap with chain?
Thermoplastic nozzle sa cap and chain ng hose
Wala
valve?
naman po siyang sinabi.
But maybe
Wala siyang
maybe sa
specify.
Sa hose valve na sinabi ko laging nananakaw. Thermoplastic yan, walang problema yon. Ang wala namang specification doon, basta sabi niya may cap and chain. Ang problema normally dyan sa fire department connection, no, yan lagi nawawala, yung takip na eh.
Ano kasi yun binebenta sa junk shop, Pres.
Hindi advantage pati yung kwan.
Kabisado ko na yan, bronze kasi yan mabigat yan. Pagka binenta mo sa junk shop yan, mahal din yan pag pinagsama-sama mo yan.
Yes, sir Alex, you're saying?
Yeah, yung fire hose nozzle na bronze or brass ay electrically conductive yan. So hindi siya nire-recommend na ngayon. Talagang thermoplastic na yung mga, if you are talking of fire hose nozzle, yung mga pistol grip, puro na yan thermoplastic para naman protection yun sa firefighter.
Or minsan yung alloy.
Yes, so para kung may kuryente yung attack mong kuryente, di ka tatamaan nun. Kaya ba, di ba, on and off yun, pistol grip na. Puro thermoplastic yun lahat.
Yung sa takip ng tinatanong niya na sa hose valve, sa hydra, sa standpipe, doon sa FDC, maganda rin yung thermoplastic. Una-una, maganda nga, magaan eh.
Correct. Hindi pa mananakaw.
Hindi pa nanakawin.
Lagyan mo ng proteksyon ng bronze. Nakita ko na sa iyo, sir.
Yes, next, sir. Jonah.
Next po from Sir Edwin Batoon. Good afternoon, personnel. Pwede po ba ma-share kung merong standard na maintenance plan for fire protection system? Thanks.
Maintenance?
Kung meron daw pong standard na maintenance plan for fire protection system.
Yes. Sinabi naman ng NFPA 25 kung anong mga gagawin. Tapos yung mga special component like the douche valve, alarm check valve. Meron namang recommendation yung manufacturers diyan lagi. Lagi naman yan sa fire pump. Pag umorder ka ng fire pump, lagi yung mga kailangan anong type ng lagis, anong kailangan dapat magpalit ng mga filters niya, anong type ng diesel na gagamitin mo. Nasa manual naman yun Ang NFPA 25 is a minimum requirement. Sasabihin niya lang yan kung kailan ka dapat mag-test. Ang planta, isang company, dapat may sarili silang maintenance program. Di ba? And ang requirement ng code, dapat in accordance with the NFPA 25, which is the minimum requirement. Ngayon, kung tatanong niya may maintenance plan, meron ako.
Wala naman ng follow ko, pwede humingi ng kopya Okay na, Pres. Next na po. Last two.
Ay, mabuti.
From Sir Bonifacio Merano Jr. Kailangan ba talaga zero chlorine yung medium sa pipe to avoid MIC and the treatment will be introduced only is for acquiring the pH of 7?
Gerard, sa'yo to.
Oo. Hindi naman basta ang sinabi lang diyan ang pinaka the best na tubig pH level na pwede mong gamitin diyan is 7. Pero hindi naman niya sinasabi na hindi pwedeng gumamit ng iba, 'di ba? recommendation niya lang is 7. Kasi nga, yan yung normal water, fresh water. Pag
Neutral.
bumaba ka dyan, acidic siya, nakakasama sa loob ng pipe. Pag tumaas ka, alkaline yung base mo, ganun din, nakakasira din. So ang sinasabi niya, as much as possible, dapat ang pH level mo is 7, pero hindi niya sinasabi na hindi pwedeng gumamit ng iba.
Pero Direk Art, matanong lang yung ano no, yung pH 7. Yung ba eksakto ba 'yan? Kasi parang mahirap makuha yung balancing.
Yes, sir. Oo. Mahirap talagang ano yun yan. Basta ang sinabi niya doon is pH 7. Sabi ko nga, yun yung recommendation niya. Pero kung impossible mo naman na makuha, hindi naman niya sinasabi na hindi pwede yung mas mababa doon. Huwag ka lang lumayo. Kasi ang sabi nga niya, pag acidic yung tubig mo, nagkokos yun ng MIC. Mabilis mag-cause yung rapidity ng mas mabilis. Not unless kung di ba, nandun ka sa gitna, syempre yung buhay ng pipe mo matagal. Yun.
Sigaris.
Press.
Ano ibig sabihin ng pH?
pH.
Naano ko lang yan sa mga feminine wash
Sabi ko na nga ba, doon mauwi usapan eh.
Alam na mga babae yan, Sek.
May nakalagay
Alam mo kung ano, Sek?
Ano?
Panghugas.
Yun. Tama. Pala isipan natin yan pero hindi pa rin ako pag sabihin yung accuracy na 7 kailangan may sophistication ka na sa system to attain that
Sir, yes sir. Pero ang sabi nga niya, ang recommendation, it's just a recommendation na pH 7 as much as possible. Kasi pag ganun nga yung tubig mo, definitely tatagal yung mas matagal yung life expectancy mo. Kumbaga doon sa mas mababa ka kung pH 5, syempre mabilis yung corrosion sa loob, mabilis ka magpalit ng tubo.
Hindi kaya pwedeng isama sa Direct Art, hindi kaya pwedeng isama sa annual inspection niya na yung total inspector's test connection ka na rin lang, hindi kaya pwedeng makuha pH value ng tubig.
Hindi mo makakuha ng Sek.
Oo. Usually ang testing niyan na iba, kung gusto mo makita yung ng tubo mo, usually yan nagkakaroon ng random testing, nagpuputol sila ng tinitignan nila yung loob. Kung may mga muscles na doon na sila nagde-decide kung papalitan na ba yung tubo or hindi.
Or iti-treat yung tubig.
Yes sir. Oo. Basta ang sabi nga lang dyan is recommendation yon, highly recommended na pH 7 para tumagal yung life ng tubo mo. Kasi kung mas mababa dyan or mas mataas, syempre mabilis yung ng MIC. So definitely kung mas mabilis yan, mas mabilis kang magpapalit ng tubo mo. Or usually maintenance lagi yung magastos.
Share ko yung experience namin sa power plant niyan kasi exposed kami sa brine water. Ang gamit namin diyan ay mayroon kaming water treatment, may chemical dowsing yan. Tapos ang sampling is every week ang sampling. So pag bumagsak ka dapat neutral lagi, nasa 6.5 to something 7.5, yun ang range. So within that range. Tapos kapag highly corroded talaga at exposed sa harsh environment, para malaman namin yung corrosion sa ilalim, hindi kami nagpuputol. Gumagamit kami ng ultrasonic testing. Mag-UT namin yan. So nalalaman sa UT test kung ilan na yung kapal ng corrosion.
Mga high-techs yan.
Kaya nga, sabi ko, sophisticated na yun Pero sa mga power plant kasi, mga power plant kasi, yan pwede kasi medyo hindi mabigat ang mga ganyang expenses Pero kung ba ang typical na condo unit yung fire protection mo, I don't suppose na they will go to the extent ng ganong klaseng testing
Yes sir. Kung typical condo unit, 50 years ang riser mo, tatagal yan. Alagaan lang ang flange kasi ang pinaka-weak point sa mga piping ay yung flanges kasi nandun yung gasket eh. Nagkakaroon doon ng moisture. So talaga ang kalawang sa mga high-rise nandun sa flanges. So kaya nga pinapalitan niya ng coupling eh. So pero kung 25 years ay wala pa yan, makapal pa yan, wala pa yan. 50 years ay ang fire protection system kasing edad yan ng
Building.
usually ang rise. Oh, yan ang unit ng building.
Yung anong tawag dito? Depreciation lifespan ng building 50. Kaya nihalin tulad yan. Anyway, Padre, yung mabanggit mo yung brine, saan ginagamit yung brine sa power plant?
Ay sa product yun ng steam, by product yun. Pag tinanggal mo na pag nilinis mo na yung steam, yung condensate niya, brine yun.
Nagkakaroon ng potential contact sa sprinkler system? Ganun ba yun?
Ay, hindi. Kasi kumukuha ka ng tubig sa kumukuha ng tubig doon sa cooling tower. So yung pag dumaan siya doon, so ang tubig din kasi i-recycle mo lang din. Bawal kasi itapon yan eh. So i-treat mo na lang yan.
Jonah, next, baka mauwi pa tayo sa
Sige.
Next question.
Second to the last nadagdagan eh. From Sir Bonifacio Merano, kailangan ba talaga zero chlorine yung medium sa pipe to avoid MIC?
Sagot
Then
naman.
parang nasagot na to. Last. From Sir Jano Encarnacion, are the factory mutual standards recognized by NFPA and Philippine Fire Code?
May DFM kasi is medyo mataas ang standard niya compare mo doon sa NFPA. Kasi minimum requirement eh. So, yung FM Global, si Factory Mutual, kung ang company mo o facilities mo is insured ni FM Global, yan, i-require ka na dapat yung equipment mo shall be FM approved, yung procedures mo, dadaan sa kanila, pati impairment na yan, may mga procedure yan si FM Global.
Correct.
Kaya yan, maigpit yung FM Global eh. Hindi siya requirement ng NFPA na kailangan FM conformance ka o factory mutual conformance.
Sa FM Global kasi I've been dealing with FM Global for 20 years din eh. Mahaba-habang naging yan eh. Ang talagang typical na ginagawa ng FM Global pati yung owner namin kasi American French yung dating company pinagtrabahuan ko. Ang sinusunod nila yung recommendation ng FM Global. They're not actually focusing on NFPA. Mas stringent sa kanila as far as they're concerned yung sa FM Global in terms of stringent na recommendation. Kaya kung tatanungin niyo kung merong reference ang NFPA sa FM, palagay ko symbiotic yan eh. Tsaka basically, sabi ko nga, yung FM Global, ang focus niyan is property. Hindi naman yung kagaya sa NFPA na life and property.
John, ano pa?
Wala na po, tapos na.
Ay, wala
na. Press, tapos na. Parang nabitin, parang kulang. Okay, so by the way, thank you. Thank you, Press.
Announcement lang siguro with regards to this online technical seminar baka magkaroon lang on Thursday about kay Ray Ramirez, I think NFPA 12 Pero ang nag-request ng online seminar is the Quezon City chapter, which is on Saturday about NFPA 2001. NFPA 2001 is the standards for clean agent fire extinguishing system. So ito ay waterless. Meron din yata nag-request ng NFPA 72 the fire alarm code and the water mist. Ang sigurado sa ngayon is online technical seminar hosted by Quezon City. This is about NFPA 2001. It's a clean agent fire extinguishing system. Okay, wala nang questions. So
may tanong po, Pres. May pahabol si Doc Rick.
Baka kay si Karis yan, de?
Hindi po para sa inyo, national. Doc Rick, gusto mo ikaw na lang magtanong?
Sige po.
Ikaw na po, ikaw na.
Doc, ikaw na magtanong.
Meron po bang exclusive account yung people ng Zoom? Kasi ang difference ng individual rate is $5 lang po ata eh. Parang $14.99 or $15 ang individual rate. Tapos good for 100 participants. Yung isa, yung next parang business, good for 300. Saka $20 lang, parang $5 per month yung difference. So, $20 times 50, mga 1,000 a month eh. Kung hindi ba natin nakakaya natin ng ng personal individual eh. Parang yan eh, 1,000 plus per month. Pero pag tinira mo yan sa mga 300 participants, maningil na tayo ng ng kahit konti-konti lang ng yung mga seminar natin sir na in the future, kahit ano lang. Kahit na bahala ka na kung ano yung mo, di ba? Rate natin. Pwede naman yun eh. Depende, halimbawa, may mga future seminars related to yung yung sa fire protection ng Bureau of Fire, halimbawa, meron ganun. So pwede naman nating yan eh. Kumuha ng account po yung Zoom kasi personal expense matatong
Actually,
mga
Doc, sagutin ko yung tanong mo kasi napag-usapan na namin ni Pres Ronel yan eh. Actually, yung sana, kukuha ng account talaga kasi alam naman namin yung rate niya. Nabanggit sa amin niya, mga $11.99 yata ang isang buwan or pagka one year, slightly lower, no? So, ang problema kasi, nung panahon na napag-usapan namin, kahit na kumuha ako ng account, nakatali naman yung kamay ko kasi credit card. Eh as for now kasi ang medyo nakagapos kami dahil dyan sa COVID kasi ang treasurer dapat ang mag-facilitate nung subscription, no? Sinasabi natin 1 year. Which is actually not bad. Sabi mo nga, mamura. Less than 1 month, less than 1,000 per month. Napakamura nun. Eh sa board, kaya talaga yun. Kaya lang, gusto namin gawin yan, kaya lang tayo sa COVID, kaya medyo limitado ang kilos natin dyan. Saka you're right about the na singilin na pag-usapan na rin namin yan. We had this mga 8 o'clock na nagpatawag ng meeting si Pres Ronel. Alam mo naman, masipag na presidente natin yan. Kahit na nakahiga na yung kalahati ng katawan ko sa kama, umangon muna ako. Dahil sabi niya, kailangan mag-meeting. So napag-usapan na rin namin yung potential na maningil sa subsequent seminar. Particularly yung pagtungkol sa RIRR. Kasi hindi na kami magpa-facilitate eh. Siguro para for cost of certificate lang naman yung i-cover natin doon. Lalo na expected namin mga 100 participants including the YouTube watchers, no?
Sir, yung mga manner of payment kasi marami ng manner of payment ngayon. Halimbawa, isa yun yung GCash.
Oo nga.
Oo, yung GCash kasi isa yun eh. Marami ka ng I don't know yung ibang mga mga payment systems pero yung GCash ko kasi nakakabayad ako ng lahat, halos marami na rin ako nababayaran sa GCash.
Marami nag-GCash. Kaya lang ang problema, ang pagka nag-GCash ka, siyempre isang buwan lang subscription. Kung kukuha ka ng subscription, sana isang taon na lang, di ba?
Hindi sir, yung mga manner of payment, halimbawa sa mga seminar, magcha-charge ka, mabilis yung GCash na iganon lang eh, transfer lang ng account. Kaysa pupunta ka pa sa bangko or So siguro baka pag-isipan ng ng People National na yung mga manner para mabilis po yung natin, yung payment. Parang meron tayong mga payment systems, options na para mabilisan na. Yung GCash isa lang po sa sa mga magandang payment options.
Walang problema yan, Doc. Natin.
Okay. Well, ganito Sek na actually, di ba? Nasabi nga ni Sek na napag-usapan na namin actually yan, no? And nakisuyo ako Sek, but siyempre dahil nga hindi siya makagalaw mabuti, no? Dahil nga sa COVID-19. And kasi kung ang pag-uusapan natin is training about ito nga yung parating ng mga fire safety practitioners, hindi ko nakikita na dapat gawin to online eh. Ang maganda rito kasi yung training nito, actual talaga training nito eh. Yung 40 hours actual to, then you have a written examination and an oral examination. So sana hopefully no mawala na itong lockdown. Hindi lang mawala ang lockdown, mawala talaga yung COVID kasi mahirap naman na nawala ang lockdown tapos andiyan si COVID, no? Isa 'yon. Then tingnan natin kung kailangan pa ba talaga na kuan kasi sir, may issue pa rin kasi sa security, alam ko yung Zoom eh. I don't know kung kuan yan na alam ko may issue pa sa security ang Zoom, no? Pero yung mga ganito lang na technical seminar, walang problema to. Kahit naman i-hack nila ng i-hack yung seminar natin, wala tayong problema dito eh. Anyway, sige, pag we will reconsider yung request na yan, maganda naman yan. Siyempre, coming from a doctor.
Hello, sir. Sir Ronel.
Sir Rome. Sir Ray?
Yes, Sir Ronel. Yes, sir.
Yes?
Tuloy ba tayo sa kwan? Sa Webes, yung NFPA 72. Yung FDAG.
Wala naman problema kasi naka-ready naman presentation natin dyan kung NFPA 72. No, ikaw na. Alaman mo bukas, sir.
Yes, sir. Wait lang namin yung advice mo.
Yes, sige, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, so wala nang question, John, ha? Wala nang question to any audience na. So maybe we need to close this one. Kagaya ng lagi nating nakasanayan, no? We will like to thank yung mga chapter president, no? Nakikita pa natin si Dion from Cavite, Alan Alagos from Cebu, si June, si Jose, si Sergio sa Laguna, si Sir Eric sa Darla, si Doc Nunez, no? Lagi naman nandito yan eh.
Archie Almacen.
Si Sir Archie, of course, the host.
Hello, sir.
Baka makalimutan mo yung host.
Si Sir Torno, si Sir John nandito ba kanina? Wala, no?
Wala.
Wala po.
Okay, so siguro, ano unahan natin, check? Parting words from what? From where? From BOD?
Si Archie muna dahil siyang di ba? Baguio ba? Baguio ba to?
Baguio, sir, Baguio. Baguio, sir. So,
Sir Archie. Ikaw na, sir. Sige, Sir Archie.
Okay, sir. Napag-usapan kasi narinig ko kasi yung pinag-usapan yung binabayaran. Is that per month, sir? Yung binabayaran para sa Zoom?
Hindi naman.
Either mag-monthly ka or 1 year.
Sir, kung yung nag-request na chapter, they will sponsor or silang may charge sa kanila yung amount? If not, it's not naman. Tama ba na ito only about how much, sir? About 750 pesos per month?
Yes, so 1,000 per month.
1,000 per month. Maybe it's a suggestion, no? Kung kami nag-request, we could sponsor yung 1,000 pesos siguro. Para naman at least, in fairness, kayo na nga nagbibigay yung seminar, then at free. Maybe yung 1,000 would be, I think, a fair amount for us coming from the chapter na magbayad yung 1,000.
Pwede.
Possible or that's going to be amenable sa mga ibang chapters.
1,000, walang problema. Lalo na si Pres Dion, dami niyang puunan, dami niyang...
si Pres Dion, marami pera yan.
Kayo, sir, kung it's just a suggestion para naman
Sige, sir. Noted, sir. Walang problema yun.
Anyway, sir, pag in the event, kung mawala na yung COVID-19, you're most welcome pag punta nyo sa babawi na lang kami siguro, sir.
Okay. Yes, sir. Okay, Pres Dion. The floor, ikaw na.
Pres Dion?
Thank you po.
So, thank you everyone. We will announce na lang kung kailan ang susunod, but yung sure for now is sa Sabado we have NFPA 2001. This is the standard for clean agent fire suppression system. And bukas malalaman natin kung matutuloy yung NFPA 72 on Thursday, hosted by the Antipolo Rizal chapter, no? Silang may request nito. Yung by Tuesday it's about this was requested by the chapter in Quezon City, no? Kasi Matagal na actually sila nagsasabi sa akin nitong mag-host sila no? Magdadalawa na daw yung Tarlac sila wala pa. Okay, so BPT Alex?
Yeah. Okay. Uli, kunting kulit pa kay Lord. Kunting prayers pa, katukin pa natin siya sabay-sabay para matapos na itong pandemic na to. It really affects our lives. Talagang napakahirap, di ba? Now we are taking good care of ourselves and our families, and at the same time learning. So itong ginagawa natin ito ng People National through the initiative of our National President Ronel is sharing the knowledges para even lahat, pare-parehas ang alam natin. Pare-parehas ang alam para naman pag dumating na pagkatapos nito, iisang applications. So sana naman sa mga chapter presidents at sa mga nakikinig, share this willingly or without any reservation. I-share ang lahat na sinishare namin. Hanggat kaya ng national ay mag-share ng knowledge. Hindi namin itatago kasi ang purpose natin ma-level off ang education o ang lahat-lahat. Uli, keep safe everyone. Take care of your family. Ang dami nang tinamaan ng mga frontliners. May mga doctors nga at nurses na mamamatay na. At nasa 6,005 na tayo. Grabe na, 6,005 na in counting. Hindi natin alam kung kailan ito matatapos at magkakaroon pa raw ng 2 more weeks. 2 more weeks. Grabe. It really affects our lives. So, kunting prayers pa, katok pa, sabay-sabay pa, katugin na natin ng langit para matapos na ito at ma-spare tayo. Thank you so much, guys. Keep safe.
Thank you, Sir Raban. Thank you, Sir Alex, our National Vice President for Technical. Sir Art, ikaw na. Naglalakad ka
Once again, salamat sa Baguio chapter. Nawasabi ko nga kagabi, huwag tayong magsawa sa pakikinig at pagpupursige na matuto. Kasi PIFPO National is doing this. One reason of doing this is to prepare everybody para sa FSP. Kasi mahirap naman na sasabag tayo sa FSP. Gusto natin maging FSP. Limited ang knowledge natin. So definitely we are not going to pass. So remember this, PIFPO National doing this seminars kahit na naka-lockdown tayo para tayo lahat matuto and then prepare ourselves kung ano man yung gusto natin gawin like FSP, which is badly needed talaga. So keep it up guys, and then abangan nyo yung NFPA 72 kasi ni-request ko yan para sa inyo. PIFPO Baguio kasi nakikita ko yung NFPA 72 is gamit na gamit lalo na sa ITM. Okay, so maraming salamat sa inyo, lalo na kay Pres Archie and the BODs of Baguio, PIFPO Baguio chapter. Thank you for allowing PIFPO National to conduct this type of seminar, NFPA 25. Okay, God bless.
Thank you, Sir Art. Sir Edwin.
Okay.
Ganda ng background mo, Sir Edwin,
ha?
Ganda ng background mo.
Oo, ginaya na kita. Yun lang, ako natin, no? Medyo matagal-tagal pa ang lakbayan natin. So, yun nga, gaya sabi ni PBT Alex, kailangan pa natin ng dasal talaga, no? Para mawala itong COVID-19. At tayo manampatala tayo sa Panginoon na ang Pilipinas ay magiging COVID-0 sa darating na panahon. So, sama-sama tayo na magdasal, no? Ang PIFPO National and PIFPO chapters, no? Para lahat ay tayo mailigtas sa COVID-19 na ito.
Sino pa ba nandito ba si Sir? Thank you, Sir Edwin. Nandito kasi si Sapan, Sir Rodel?
Wala akong nakita. Hindi ko nakita kanina. Nag-browse ako. No, hindi ko nakita.
Sir Alfred nandito. Wala rin, no?
Wala din.
So wala nang member of the National BODs, no? Okay, so again, panghuli na si Sec, no? Ako na lang. So salamat everyone, no? Dapat mas maganda, no? Pagkakataon natin ito, may COVID tayo, hindi naman pwede well, may COVID tayo, lahat na lang negative, no? So may positive din na ito, yung enhancement ng knowledge natin about fire protection. No? Okay, so marami pang mga request yung national chapter about the training, no? Hanggat hindi pa ito nalilip, itutuloy natin tong technical seminars. Okay, so again, thank you everyone, and I'll turn over again to Sikares. I don't know kung mag-joke pa. Sikares.
Wala na. Actually, just for yung parang sinabi na rin ni Padre Alex na let's just pray na matapos na yung ating issue tungkol sa health, no? And sana hindi tayo makasama doon sa statistics dahil kailangan tayo ng mga pamilya natin. That's one thing, no? So sana matapos na talaga yan, no? Pero may tanong nga pala ako, Pres.
Yes.
What is the difference between your wife and your job? Kung talagang nagkatrabaho naman. What is the difference between your wife and your job?
Maganda tanongin niya si Doc.
Doc Nunez?
Oo.
Sige,
sir.
Maraming alam Maraming reference to si Doc eh. Ano bang pagkakaiba ng Doc, palagay mo?
Hirap po, sir.
Irit na?
Hindi ko master yan eh.
Irit na, pagkakaiba. Okay, ang difference daw kasi is after 5 years, your job will still suck. Malalim. Malalim ba? Malalim?
Lahat.
Nakuha nyo, Joke. Kung di nyo nakuha, I would like to say goodbye and thank you very much for attending the seminar. Pag-isipan nyo na lang, ha? Basta ang sagot doon, after 5 years, your job will still suck. Yun ang pagkakaiba sa wife.
Sir, bitin.
Nagets ko na, sir. Nagets na.
Nagets na ba? Nagets na? Sige. Asa si Pres? Si Pres, pagka mahirap ang joke, maalis ng frame eh. Siguro nangihingi ng tip.
Hindi, nagagagal.
Naliligo na.
Sige. Okay, have a nice evening.
See you maybe on say Sister Archie, no, Sir Archie Almasen from Baguio, sir.
Yes, sir.
Kasi nagre-request din si Antipolo, no, na umuo ka. Pero kung pwede, di magkuhan na lang tayo, mag-co-host na lang kayo, no?
Sige, sir. Okay na sa amin. Maganda rin pag at least para makilala din yung ibang chapter.
Yes, sir.
At least maging closer sa at least mga people members.
Yeah. Okay. Sige, so thank you everyone.